So why don't we reconvene to open session. Regular meeting of the City Council. It is January 12th, 2021. Welcome, everybody. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Gran.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
And Mayor Brands.
Here.
Thank you.
Vicky. Joe, were there any items to report from closed session?
No reportable action tonight.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to a regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Gran. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. I'd like to call to order now an open session of a regular City Council meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Gran.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brands.
Here. I don't see a flag yet. Can we get a flag up? We can see that.
Yes, our videographer should be able to put one up right away. Let's see if he's paying attention. He is. Thank you.
Flag there. I don't see. Oh, there it is. Okay, great. Let's all rise, salute the flag, and take a moment of silence. Okay, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we do announcements? Councilmember Narenheim, do you have any announcements tonight?
Yeah, a couple things. I had a great community meeting last night on the Zoom digital channel. We talked about hindsight being 2020, looking forward to 2021. We talked about the trash on the Esplanade. Huge props to Athens for making themselves available to come down and to talk about to the public to what they've done differently in both the Riviera Village, the Esplanade. And I really want to give thanks to Jesse over at Public Works for just randomly showing up and making himself available. I don't like making staff have to work more than they need to, but he showed up and he gave some great further clarification what the staff is doing. So people were really appreciative. We had hundreds of people watching and viewing and asking questions, so it was real intensity. So Ted, thank you very much for that. Joe Wazanski, all the what you guys are doing is really being noticed. I think the public really understands the increase in services from both the city and Athens at no cost, I might add. People on Messina Drive, where Avenue H is at, they had a real influx as well this year because of the whole COVID situation. So big thanks to all you guys for keeping the streets clean, trash cans empty as much as you can. It's a never-ending job, but it was really well received. Talked about vaccine updates. I had talked to direct contact with the Department of Public Health, so I got some good info for that for the public. And other than that, that's it. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year once again.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Brand. The January District 2 community meeting will be held this Thursday, 6 to 7:30 p.m. on Zoom. If you want an invite, you actually can go to my page on the city website and click on the link, and you'll make a reservation to get into the room, or you can email me and I will send you an invite. So 6 to 7:30 p.m. on Thursday. We'll be talking about vaccines and we'll be talking about other happenings in the city. So thank you.
Okay, great. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, District 3 community meeting is going to be on Thursday, January 21st from 6 to 7:30 p.m. My special guest will either be Chief Kaufman or someone else from the command staff. We'll be doing our annual update on crime in Redondo Beach. And then, of course, we'll probably also just have an update from the health district on vaccination and things that are going on, since that's kind of a fluid topic. And that's it. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Grant.
Hi, thank you. Last night I had my
community meeting. It was very well received. We talked about a number of things, including the vaccination presentation provided by the Beach Cities Health District about Artesia Boulevard, Galleria, et cetera, et cetera. And then we were actually joined by Lila O'Mara, and she was able to tell us just a little bit about the how it's going over at the pallet shelters. And she was able to report that we had a full house. All 15 were full right around the 28th of the month of last year. And we've already had 2 people that have been moved into permanent housing, which is fantastic. It is just a great success. And that the 2 that were then opened have been filled, and that it is actually going very well, and it's being very well received. So it was nice to hear those things. We were just kind of talking about a number of things. We didn't really ask too many questions, but she was able to provide us with just some basic facts, and things are going well. Again, thank you to the city, Joe, your staff, Public Works, and the City Attorney's Office for putting this whole thing together. And again, Public Works really did a great job in doing so. So wanted to thank you all for that. And going to be an interesting couple of weeks here in our nation. So everybody hold tight.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilmember Grand. And it's important for people to realize we are moving people into permanent housing. This is not just way stations. So it's great news to hear that, well, they are kind of way stations. Temporary is what it is. And they have to meet with the counselor every day. And so it's great to hear we've already moved 2 people into permanent housing.
It's great to hear.
With that, Councilmember Emdy.
2 announcements. One is Redondo Beach Police are hosting a Martin Luther King Day celebration, but it's going to be virtual, and it's on January 18th. I believe it's at noon. You can watch it from on redondo.org. Come take your lunch break and come take a moment to honor Martin Luther King and hear some really great speakers. And in addition to add on to the homeless, I was able to chat with Salvation Army in Redondo Beach, and one of the homeless people in the housing had asked me if I could procure Salvation Army vouchers so they can get some new clothes. And so I talked to Salvation Army, and they said that they're going to send over some vouchers so they can shop at the Salvation Army in Redondo Beach. So that'll be great. Also, they could use there's some of them that are artists. They could use some canvases. So if you have any canvases lying around that you're not using, they would greatly appreciate that. Also, I donated a 50-cup coffee maker because one of the things that they were doing was that the staff would show up in the morning with their Starbucks coffee, and the people that were at the housing were like, hey, we could use some coffee. So I donated a 50-cup coffee maker, and a friend of mine, Vicky Utzel, she donated the coffee, the creamer, and a non-perishable creamer because they don't have a refrigerator, and the sugar. So now they all get coffee in the morning. So that's great.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, those little things matter.
Yeah.
Go up and have coffee. Way to go. Only announcement I really have to make, folks, is to remind everybody to be careful. Our hospitals are full. COVID is running rampant, and you do not want to get it. The health professionals are just stressed to the max. They're stretched to the breaking point. Be extremely careful. You cannot be too careful. And I've seen a lot more mask wearing out there. We all know what the rules are. Wear a mask, social distance. We know what to do. So let's just be sure and do it and get through this, get vaccinated as soon as we can, and hopefully we can get back to normal, in, let's say, middle of spring, early summer, something like that. But it's really incumbent upon us to be as careful as possible. So with that, guess we'll move on with our meeting. And first up is a special meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority.
Well, Mayor, one of the things we need, because we have the unusual circumstance of a red folder item on tonight's agenda, not something we deal with very often, but because it's an item that's come up since the posting of the agenda, we need a vote by the council to add the red folder item to the agenda. This deals with the medical dispensing pod issue involving the COVID-19 vaccine. So we first need a vote to add that to the agenda if you want to talk about that tonight, and then we'll need to move directly into that item.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's go to approval order of agenda with a motion to add that red folder item so that we can then discuss that red folder item.
I'll make a motion to approve the order agenda and add the red folder item as needed.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion in a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. So why don't we go ahead and move right on to that red folder item. Joe, did you want to handle that?
Yeah, what I'll make some general introductory remarks and then turn it over to Chief Kaufman. But at your last council meeting, we spoke at some length about the county regulations and state regulations related to the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine. Years in the process that LA County will be using to distribute the COVID-19 vaccine. Since that time, we've had further discussions with LA County Public Health Department as well as other emergency divisions of the county. Their goal is to begin distribution of the vaccine through pods, medical pods, starting next week. That's their anticipated time frame. Because it would be sooner than your next city council meeting, if we were going to participate in this, it was a need to put this on the agenda tonight. So with that background, I'll turn it over to Keith Kaufman. He will hit the highlights of this agreement. It's a red folder item. You just got it. Apologize in advance, having given you a lot of time to look at this, but that's the situation we're in. So Keith?
Sure, thank you. Council, you may recall that a couple of months ago, Department of Public Health reached out to us. They were inquiring about the use of the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center as a potential place to be what's called an MPOD, medical point of dispensing. We met with Public Health out there. They went through the building. We have since filled out some forms and started the MOU process to have the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center become one of these public medical points of dispensing for the vaccination. What happened yesterday, actually on Monday, the director of the Office of Emergency Management that works for the county CEO reached out to me direct and said that they were interested in using the Performing Arts Center as what they refer to as a closed medical point of dispensing. To facilitate throughout this area of the county, Janice Hahn's district, first frontline medical and healthcare workers in tranche 1A to become vaccinated. So that obviously pushed the time frame up. So what the county is looking to do is to come in, fully staff the Performing Arts Center, administer about 4,000 doses, again in tranche 1A, by appointment only to healthcare workers. This would start sometime around the 19th and go through probably the 31st. And what you have before you tonight is this emergency MOU that really covers both things. The language in the MOU, first off, I'd like to thank Cheryl. We really, she had to do a lot of work yesterday looking at this. And some language in the MOU is not exactly what we would like to have for this closed MPOD, but getting that language changed now by the county is nearly impossible. But I have talked to the director. This is what their plan is. And if the city's interested in helping out and becoming this MPOD starting on the 19th, then what we would need to do is authorize this MOU with public health.
So is that it, Keith? That's your understanding? As I read the MOU, it looks to me like they're counting on us to provide the personnel to operate at 8 to 8, the 19th through the city.
Yeah, it does look that way. And the reason it looks that way is because this is part of the original MOU that has some boilerplate language in it. I talked with the director of OEM. That is not what they intend to do. They intend to fully staff it both inside and out, up to and including traffic control all borne by the county. So they're not looking for personnel assistance from Redondo employees, just a collaboration. And we try to get this language changed, but there's no way we can do it with county council in a day.
Well, how about we go ahead and approve this, but we move under item 7, the first bullet point. Certainly, the bullet points that put the, responsibility on us, we just move those underneath DPH responsibility. Let's take the first bullet point. Deploy sufficient city personnel. We'll just move that bullet point under DPH responsibilities. Deploy sufficient county personnel to operate MPOD under unified command between DPH, city, and law enforcement as outlined. I don't know. I mean, if we approve this, it's kind of gonna be on the city. So it just seems like maybe we amend this before we approve it in a way that satisfies what your understanding is, as well as does not give us the responsibility for manning this. I mean, we can't.
Correct. Yeah, I would probably refer to the city attorney's office. I'm not sure if Cheryl's on, but amending this right now, I don't think that is possible. If it is, we would have done it, and I don't think that in this kind of time frame we're able to get county council's authorization to amend it. And this is just the boilerplate MOU that we had. Again, they didn't reach out to us until yesterday.
Their boilerplate MOU has us manning it. So, that's a problem. But anyway, maybe we should ask.
Well, the other thing I would say also in the prior section, the county, section 6, the county makes specific requests of the city in terms of activation, in terms of staffing. The city has the option to say yes or say no.
Okay.
We would very much like to do exactly what you said. My concern is that if we unilaterally make changes to this agreement, send it to the county, the testing, the site may not be activated next week, and it's going to further delay the distribution of the vaccine.
Okay, well, we certainly want to assist in the distribution of the vaccine, but we don't want to sign up for something we can't do. So we can't do the way this is written, and we would kind of just be approving it with the understanding of what Chief Kaufman's understanding is, and which we can do. But I guess we still have the option, Joe. Joe, are you comfortable that if we approve this tonight, that we won't be obligating ourselves to provide 8 to 8 personnel at the performing arts centers to be giving vaccines as a city?
Well, they don't have the keys to the facility. They have to ask. They have to ask us in order to activate and utilize this facility. So, we haven't lost all control by signing this. It's less than ideal. It's not the way we would have written it. We wanted to change this, but the county's a big organization, and other agencies apparently have signed this agreement. So,
okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Why don't you let City Attorney Webb or Park weigh in first, and then I'll go.
Yeah, Cheryl, did you want to weigh in on any of this, or City Attorney Mike Webb? Pretty clear.
I don't know if Mike wants to chime in after my comment, but those are the issues that were concerns to me when I was reviewing the agreement. But my understanding is, you request changes of the county, and it's going to take them a month or two to get back to us. And because of the timing, it was determined that, we would place the agreement, the MOU before you, and you can make a determination as to whether you wanted to enter into the agreement. But yes, there are provisions in the MOU that obligates the city to perform certain actions. And I don't know if that's inconsistent with what's been relayed to the chief. There really isn't a indemnity clause in the agreement, which is of concern to the city. But that being said, it's really a policy call for the council to weigh the risks.
Okay. Did you want to add anything, Mike?
Yeah, I'd point out that we not only have to have staff, that we have to mass dispense the medication under number 7 under Department of Public Health guidelines. So the problem is, we found out about the change in a text from Chief Kaufman just before noon, soon after he found out about it. And you have a document that apparently that doesn't reflect the intention of the county as expressed to Chief Kaufman. Your choices are either wait and see if we can negotiate something that reflects what they're going to do, but that means you lose a week, which may be crucial in a pandemic. What you may want to do is approve it, but give direction to the city manager not to open it, because you see, he's correct that the Department of the County Public Health has the discretion whether or not to request that we open it. The city, in its sole discretion, can choose whether or not to open it. And so you could approve it with the very strong direction to the city manager not to open it until and unless we have an amendment or other agreement that will reflect what will be happening as described to Chief Kaufman. That may be a way to not lose a week in going forward, but actually have something that reflects what we're going to do. Because this is, you open it and we're not reimbursed for any of the time. It's other than directly from the federal government. We're dispensing mass, quantities of preventative medicines under the supervision in accordance with Department of Health procedures. I don't know if we even know what those are. And so as the city, so you could approve it, but give that direction. It won't open Tuesday, no matter what they say, because you'd have to approve it on Tuesday, but we perhaps don't lose a week during the pandemic.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Anything else?
No.
Horvath.
Okay. So thanks, Mike. That would then be my recommendation, or my motion would be that we move forward with signing the agreement, but we direct staff and the city manager to not open the facility until the language amendments have been made with county council.
And I guess those would come back to us. Mike, is that what you're envisioning? Come back to us next Tuesday, so we might get delayed today.
Yeah, it can't open Tuesday, but it could open Wednesday if we've approved it, but we're not going to open it until you give us something executed that actually reflects what the request was of Chief Kaufman.
Okay, great. Councilmember Narenhut.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Yeah, I'm in full favor of moving forward with this. We have location, we have availability, we have parking. It's a fantastic area for the beach cities, but we're going to be taking on staff time and equipment that we can't afford right now to begin with. Absolutely not. We provide a location, fantastic. I don't believe it's going to take the county council a month or two. This is just as important to them as is everyone else, that they're going to go through this and figure it out and come back with an amendment and go from there. And I don't think that they think they would understand very quickly a small little city like Redondo Beach with our limited resources. We can't do a staffing like this. It's just impossible for us to do. And if they want to hold our feet to the fire on something like this, then we just can't do it. Physically can't do it. So I would say lean on Beach Cities Health District or other beach cities to provide the staffing if the county does come through and say that we do require you to do X, Y, and Z. So reach out to our partners. We should not be renting the total burden on our own shoulders.
Yeah, it's not just medical personnel; it'll also be police personnel to manage the traffic flow, and it's a lot of vaccines and a lot of people pulling in and out. operating the facility and tents and ESOPs and the whole thing.
And the other thing I'm going to add real quick is I just don't, unless they open us up to the general public, they got to get appointment times down. They've got to get an incoming stream of people down. They've got a lot of behind the scenes administrative work to get done. So there's no way they're going to be opening this up to next week or Friday or Tuesday or even Wednesday, in my opinion, because again, like I said, they've got to monitor and control who they're giving this vaccine to. Got to set up a whole system behind that. And unless it just gets opened up to everybody in general, the general public, in which case that would be a huge error. So, yeah.
Before we get there, let me just tell everybody how this started for me anyway. It was 8 o'clock on Monday morning. I get a text from Supervisor Hahn, said, "What do you think? OEM Fire, DPH, Department of Public Health, have identified Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center as a potential site for administering vaccines to healthcare providers. One site per supervisor district. This would be ours, that's meaning District 4. They estimate 4,000 vaccines per day, 7 days per week, 8 to 8. Before they ask, Redondo Beach OEM is asking if you would approve this site." And I wrote back, "Only if the sheriffs provide traffic control and security and other county resources can effectively manage it. We don't have the resources to manage this effort, but we do have the location, which we're happy to provide. Can I loop in our police chief and city manager to discuss?" And she writes back, "Yes, there should be a call with those folks and our OEM." That's their executive team. And I write back, "Great, I'll call and alert our city manager, Joe Hefkin, and Chief Kaufman that someone will be calling." And it was thumbs up. And then we get this. So that's how it all started, and this is where we are right now. So everybody is in the loop. Okay, Councilmember Imdy.
So I understand the concerns of what everybody has, and quickly reading this MOU, it looks like basically they're just telling us they're not going to provide any funding for it. They're counting on the federal government to give it to us for reimbursement for the cost incurred. It's our responsibility to maintain all the records, to request federal reimbursement for its own cost. So they're basically washing their hands. If you're expecting them to pony up anything, it doesn't sound like they're making it pretty clear they're not going to do that. So it comes down to a policy call on whether we want to be part of the solution to provide these vaccines. Am I understanding that correctly?
It's the way I see it, Laura. On paper, absolutely. I totally agree with exactly what you said. Now, Chief Kaufman has a different view of what he's heard off paper. But what's on paper, which somehow the county can present this to us quickly, but they can't amend it quickly. I see it the way you see it.
If they presented this in December and staff presented it for completion, I think, later this month, it all changed on Monday when they wanted to open it right away. And so, at my direction, Ms. Park reached out to everyone on the email from the county, and I think no one as of yet has responded. So you're correct, but the difference is this is a boilerplate MOU, and what they told Chief Kaufman would probably be acceptable, but whether they're willing to put it in writing or not is the thing that will, and how quickly they do it is yet to be determined. And that's why I was saying you could approve it, but we're not going to open it, and we have no obligation to open it until what they've told Chief Kaufman is actually reflected in an executed document.
Right. Okay.
I'm okay with approving that, with giving some flexibility to the city manager to, once he's satisfied with any changes that they get from the Department of Health. I don't want us. I don't want us to be hindering any kind of plan to get this vaccine out in the name of perfection. But at the same time, I agree we shouldn't be burdening a whole bunch of the costs for this, because it's for the healthcare workers that aren't necessarily Redondo residents, right? So anyway, That's kind of where I want. I'm okay with approving this, but to give Joe some flexibility to be able to say yay or nay based on his comfort level.
So maybe I'm not clear. I would direct him not to open it until something that reflects what Chief Kaufman was saying is presented to you next Tuesday. Because I don't think I'm hearing from any of you that you want city staff dispensing the vaccines, which is, what this boilerplate language would provide. And so you're just saying, Joe, you can't open it next Tuesday, but we can progress. You're approving the idea of giving the site to the county and then seeing if they're going to put in writing and can in a week what they've explained to the chief. If they're willing to do that, then great, we can open up next Wednesday to reflect the urgency of the matter. But, we need an agreement from them unless you want to, no, we'd still need the mayor to execute any sort of agreement. So that I think is the quickest way.
Okay.
So you're saying our idea of putting the people who could do a vaccine on the Santa sleigh and just going down each street and yelling, "Everybody, vaccines, let's go." Wasn't going to work? Just kidding. Okay, go on. I'm done.
I'll get back to you, Tom. Let all the council people speak first. Councilmember Grant.
Yes, I think the motion that Councilman Horvath had is exactly what I'll do, and I'll actually make a second on that. So let's go for it.
Okay, great. And that motion is to approve this MOU, but direct the city manager not to open the facility. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes, until we have a subsequent amendment or a subsequent document.
Okay. So, great. So is that correct, Christian? That's your motion to approve this with subsequent amendments and direct the city manager not to open it until those come back to us.
Correct.
Okay, great. All right, Tom Backley, Chairman of the CEO of the Beach Cities Health District.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to give you some quick perspective on this MOU that's in front of you. It was first developed years ago by the county when there was an anthrax threat. And so other cities that have executed these MOUs have been in discussion, and it's the same language that Hermosa has, for example, in their MOU. And then there is then the subsequent discussion about what happens during COVID. So I know just reading it is somewhat concerning, but it is a boilerplate. And then there is the intention from the county to discuss specifically what's going to happen with COVID. And so I just wanted to be clear on that. And I think to Nils's point, it may take a village and partnerships, and it's certainly the health district is willing to be a partner and assist. I just wanted to be clear on that. It feels very familiar to what happened with testing, where we all came together as partners on that to have testing in the South Bay, and that has worked out very well for the citizens and workers of Redondo. And right now, for health workers to get a vaccine, the closest place is Inglewood. Very hard to get an appointment there, and Crenshaw up 79th Street up in Los Angeles is the easiest place right now. And so if something can be worked out, we hope there can be an option closer for Beach Cities residents. So it's something that Beach Cities is willing to assist and partner with.
Well, okay, so I don't think that changes what we're doing tonight, other than to know that you guys are ready to assist. Tom, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and also that this is an MOU that is old. It came about when anthrax was a threat. It's something that other cities have in place and then have been negotiating, similar to what you're talking about of, okay, well, what's going to happen in COVID is very different than what this is saying. And so you all are putting the requirement that you won't open until that happens. And so hopefully that's something that can be figured out in a week or so. But I just want to let you know that it's an old MOU that other cities have heard from the county that the county intends to do other things and provide the services.
So is Hermosa Beach going to be opening up a vaccination center? Is that what you're saying?
They have not been, that has not happened yet. I think that the county perhaps is seeing the site here at the Performing Arts Center as maybe a better site that could perhaps serve all of the beach cities. And so again, under the rubric of partnerships, I think that's something that will need to be looked at depending upon where the county comes down in the next week if you decide to go forward.
Yeah, I mean, if the city of Hermosa Beach wants to send some of their fire department personnel over here and some of their police to operate this for us, it was something we would certainly consider. But for now, the way it's written, it just seems like this is all on us.
Right, and so I think as you're considering this in the future, maybe just look at how will this site function as opposed to sort of specifically, who's doing what. I think we can bring the partnership together, and we need to first understand where the county is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, be flippant. We just don't have the personnel. Who on the staff in Redondo Beach do we have that's going to be administering vaccines and, doling out masks and setting up easy ups and cones and, we're not prepared to do that.
And that's how we felt about testing. And it was something that initially started out as a partnership and something that's worked very well. And I just want to be clear that the health district is there to assist with some of those things that you just talked about if needed.
But you were assisted by the county lifeguards. Were
Initially, yes. Initially, yep.
It's not just a matter of calling you guys in.
No, but again, I think it gets to kind of where Nils was as far as potentially a partnership. And I think that starts with understanding what the county's willing to do. And this MOU doesn't reflect it because it was written when anthrax was a threat and something that they've been unwilling to amend. So I think you're right to get your foot in the door, if you will, this week, and then look for more details for next week.
Okay. Great. Yeah, and to our staff, I don't know, maybe Cheryl, Mike, I know that they're trying to open these in other county districts. You might find out what other locations in the county that they're planning to open and under what obligations and terms they're opening them. I don't know. I can't imagine there's a city taking this on. Maybe City of LA, but that's about it. So, or City of Long Beach or Pasadena that has their own health departments. But anyway, Joe, you got your hand up? City manager?
Yes. One thing that we may want to consider is, in the event that the county is already working on putting in writing the operational plan that they've described to Chief Kaufman, and we get that before Tuesday, is there a way that you want to amend the motion to kind of sort of pre-authorize the mayor to execute an agreement as amended at staff's recommendation in the event that all this gets worked out and the county is able to move forward on Tuesday, as they've indicated that their plan is to do with them running this facility? I would just hate for us to not be able to move forward on Tuesday if the county does everything between now and then and we're satisfied. So I wanted to sort of put that out there to see if
give you flexibility instead of just flat out saying.
I think that makes perfect sense to amend the motion as such. That way, if it does come in before next Tuesday, the mayor would just re-sign the document.
Okay, instead of just giving blanket, do not open it. We could say do not open it unless amendments come through that, based on what you've heard at the council meeting tonight, are consistent and you feel comfortable having me sign. Something like that?
Yeah, it's the same motion, but just adding in language that if for some reason it comes in before next Tuesday with the amended language as is approved by a city attorney's office, then you would have the authorization to sign that, as opposed to us having to go through this exercise next Tuesday.
Great. Are you okay with John? You were the
I am, yes.
Great. Mike, is that okay?
Yeah, you're just in essence giving the city manager the power to recommend amendment of the contract. It's a little bit problematic in that it's not in the contract, so and only the council can approve contracts, and you're in essence giving up this power. But you have on occasion given city manager authority to authorize additional changes to an MOU. It's not ideal, but if you feel one day is necessary during a pandemic, you could do that. But just be clear what you're authorizing.
Okay. I guess that's our question. Is it clear to you?
It's clear to me what you're authorizing. It's less clear. There should not be a problem. So given the urgency of the situation. But
Are there any public comments on this?
There are no public comments on this because it is a red folder item. However, there are attendees that have registered to speak, and I'm going to ask now if anyone wishes to speak on this item to raise their hand, and we do have two. So I will, if I may go ahead then, I will allow the first speaker, David Epstein, to speak on this item.
Hi, everyone. Maybe Janice Hahn could help get the necessary language through. Can't someone make a call to her to tell her this is a sticking point to get through it? Or I could take it as the constituent. I'll call her.
No, we'll be talking to her and her entire staff.
Yeah. That's all I would suggest. You know, they should have, given the situation, they should have an attorney ready to amend something. It's probably 10, 15 minutes of work. They should have someone on the call, given the priority for everyone on this call and in the city.
I totally agree. I think everybody agrees with you, David, and that's what we're going to work on. Like I said, they didn't take them long to get this in front of us. It shouldn't take them long to amend it. So, anything else?
Nope.
Great.
Thanks for everything you guys do, especially in last week's work, and to our wonderful police as well.
Thanks for hanging in there, commenting. Anyone else, Vicki?
Yes, we do have also Holly Osborne that wishes to speak. Go ahead and unmute your mic, Ms. Osborne.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to know if normal Redondo Beach people can get a vaccine there too.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Not during this tranche 1A. This is by appointment only for frontline healthcare workers. But the Performing Arts Center is being considered for public vaccination in the future.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
Actually, I'm going to check really quick. I just refreshed the e-comment screen, and no, it does not appear to we do not appear to have any other public speakers on this item, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, Vicki. There's no more hands up. There's a motion on the floor in a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Here. Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein? Aye. Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
I want to say aye, but I also want to thank Cheryl Park and everybody that rallied to do this so quickly. So thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. So you don't have to read anything, do you, Eleanor? Or Vicki? Okay.
No, sir.
So let's move on to a special meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. I'd like to call to order a special meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Roll call, please.
Okay, thank you. Member, give me one moment. Member Narenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Horvath.
Here.
Member Grand.
Here.
Member MD,
Here.
Commissioner Linus,
Here.
Commissioner Vogelsang,
Here.
and Chair Brand.
Here. Thank you. Order of agenda. Is there a motion to approve the order of agenda?
Motion to approve agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay, the motion by Commissioner Lioness, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein or Member Lowenstein. Are there any objections to approval of order of agenda? Okay, so ordered. Consent calendar, we have 3 items on the consent calendar. Anyone can pull a consent calendar item. Any member of the public can speak on the consent calendar. Are there any public comments on the consent calendar?
There are none. However, there is a blue folder item.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not on the agenda, but okay. Yeah, is there a motion to submit the blue folder item for the record?
I'm so sorry, just for the record too, the item that was submitted were revised escrow instructions.
Okay, is there a motion to submit that blue folder item to the record?
Motion to submit blue folder item to the record.
Second.
Okay, motion to submit and a second. Is there any objection to adding that blue folder item to the record? Okay, so ordered. Now, to the consent calendar, there are 3 items. Is there any member who would like to pull any consent calendar item? Are there any public comments to any consent calendar item?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. Well, it takes so long. A motion by Commissioner Lioness, seconded by Member Narenheim. I'll do a roll call vote. Member Narenheim?
Aye.
Member Lowenstein?
Aye.
Member Horvath?
Aye.
Member Gran?
Aye.
Member MD?
Aye.
Commissioner Lioness?
Aye.
And Commissioner Vogelsang?
Aye.
Okay, great. That's our consent calendar. No excluded items. Public participation on non-agenda items. Again, this is the Housing Authority meeting. Are there any public comments on non-agenda items related to the Housing Authority meeting?
There are none.
Great, thank you. There's no public hearings, old or new business. I guess, are there any referrals to staff? Okay, hearing none, I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by member MD, seconded by member Narenheim. Is there any objection to us adjourning? Okay, so ordered. Special thanks to Commissioners Lioness and Vogelsang for showing up. It was brief, but it's good that you guys are here and paying attention. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are adjourned in that. So back to the regular city council meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Gran.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
And Mayor Brand.
Here, thank you. Blue folder items. I know we have a couple. Maybe tell us for which items and how many.
Certainly. We have item H4, the revised escrow instructions again. We have a public comment under J1 submitted. Under N4, we have administrative report and agreement with CityNet. Under N5, we have a PowerPoint presentation. Under N6, public comments. And O1, the resolution. Excuse me? I'm sorry. We have the resolution CC 2101-001 provided.
Okay, is there a motion to add those to the record?
So moved.
Second.
I heard a motion by Councilmember Horvath. Did someone second that?
Yes.
Gran.
Councilmember Gran. Okay. There's a motion and a second to add to the blue folder item. Is there any objection to adding those to the record? Okay, so ordered. Consent calendar. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 items on consent calendar tonight. These items will be approved all at once. Any member can pull an item. Any member of the public can comment on any item. Is there any member who would like to pull any consent calendar? I guess Councilmember Nairn.
I am good, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Grand.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Enby. Laura, would you like to pull?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, thank you.
Okay. Is there any members of the public who like to comment on any consent calendar item?
There are none, and there are none under e-comment as well, sir.
Great, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Grand. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nairn.
Aye.
Member Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, you got to read the ordinances there.
Yes, sir. Adopt by title only, ordinance numbers 3210-20, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones, consistent with state law, for second reading and adoption. Also adopt by title only, ordinance number 3211-20, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones and the coastal zone, consistent with state law, for second reading and adoption. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up is public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda. Everyone has 3 minutes. This section is normally limited to 30 minutes. Do we have anyone who'd like to comment under non-agenda items?
We do have 2 speakers. The first one being Zaino Baji. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and honorable City Council members. I'd like to direct this comment to the City Attorney, Mr. Webb. First, I guess I'm Zaino Baji. I'm running for City Council in Council District 4. That's between Artesia around Grant from Golden Hills to Kingsdale. I'd like to direct this to Mr. Webb, who earns a conservative $470,000 a year. Mr. Webb, I invite you to come up to Rockefeller and take a look at the SCE power line properties and see how much trash is on there. See the drug paraphernalia that's there. And get our neighbor SCE to maintain its property in a safe manner and pick up trash, because the trash on there blights our neighborhoods. We can write them a letter, ask them to abate the public-private nuisance they're creating there. We can come to a resolution wherein the community gets some beneficial use of that property. But as it currently stands, it's unmaintained. I saw a chair flipped over sitting on that property. Nobody's cleaning it up, it seems, and it's just unacceptable to the residents that live there. So they're often forgotten. We need to pay attention to that property. I invite the city attorney to pay attention to North Redondo and that property in particular, and get SCE to be a good neighbor. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Next.
Next speaker is Erica Snow Robinson. Ms. Robinson?
Hey, y'all, can you hear me?
We can now.
All right. Thank you, City Clerk and council members and mayor. My name is Erica Snow Robinson, and I'm a candidate for City Council for District 2. I repeat, my name is Erica Snow Robinson, and I am a candidate for City Council, Redondo Beach, District 2. Now, I just want to say a few things. I know we don't want overdevelopment. I was 30 years old 20 years ago when I fought against the heart of the city. And here's what I learned when I was 30. It's easy to be against everything, but it's much harder to stand for something. It's easy to sell fear and drama and hype. It's harder to share facts and create consensus and hope. Promises were made and more have been and none have been realized. We need to move forward with shared vision and leadership. We were promised the power plant was going to go away by December 2020, yet the power plant contract was extended. We were told the power lines would fall. There's no end in sight. We were told if we killed our waterfront project, there would be developers lined up out the door. We have none. The few who came calling have been scared away by Measure C. We were told the new owner of the AES power plant would save us and work with us and give us a park. Now that relationship is soured and he's also suing us. We also were told traffic would go away. Have we improved that in the last 4 years? We were sold fear and drama. That's all we've been sold when it's come to the waterfront AES plant. We were told we were going to have lots of traffic because of the waterfront. Then we were told that the project would fail. Those two are completely opposed to each other, and you can't have both at the same time. The fear and drama campaign ensures everyone's too scared to make a move. Here we are 20 years later, our waterfront's empty buildings, no revenue to replace our crumbling parking garage. I was 30 when I fought against Heart of the City. Now I'm 50 and we have nothing but arguments and a lack of vision. We need to bring people together through a consensus. Redondo Beach is an amazing city that deserves our own police and fire. LA County is a behemoth. I don't want Redondo to lose local control. I'd rather we encourage economic development so we can sustain our own fire, police, and libraries. We shouldn't obstruct revenue sources, then give away our fire department. If you're tired of objectionists with no vision, if you're tired of circular arguments, if you want to bring back a business-friendly atmosphere, vote for me on March 2nd. Elect.ericasnowrobinson.com. Email me at erica@ericasnowrobinson.com. Call me, text me, Erica Snow Robinson, RBD2 on Instagram, at Elect Erica Snow Robinson on Facebook. Thank you for your time. Bye, y'all.
Okay, thank you. Any more, Vicki?
We do not have any more speakers that are registered to speak. However, we do have some e-comments. So if Katura will unmute her mic, we have 3 comments under non-agenda items.
Sure.
The first comment is from Maggie Healy, Mayor and Honorable Council members. Redondo Beach's ability to face economic recovery in the years ahead will depend decidedly on the March election for mayor and council members. There is a fine group of well-qualified candidates that want to bring progress and collaborative leadership to Redondo Beach. Chris Boise for mayor, Brad Waller for District 1, Paul Moses or Erica Snow Robinson for District 2, John Grand for District 4, and Mike Webb for city attorney. These candidates have the talent and vision our city needs. Redondo residents need to hear from them. A forum sponsored by the highly biased Rescue Our Waterfront Political Action Committee that is supporting its own slate of candidates with very negative campaigns is not what the city residents need right now. We have the opportunity to change the tone of our politics in Redondo Beach and focus on moving forward positively and with civility. The city or other neutral organizations should invite the League of Women's Voters to run a candidate forum as has been done in the past. The League of Women Voters has a track record of hosting fair, unbiased debates with the purpose and intent only to educate and inform voters. I hope all of you will support well-informed Redondo Beach voters by sponsoring a fair and impartial debate opportunity. Respectfully submitted, Maggie Healy, Redondo Beach. The next e-comment is from Michael Sachs. Hello, I'm Michael Ian Sachs and I'm running for mayor of Redondo Beach. When I ran for mayor 4 years ago, I thoroughly enjoyed the experience. I met so many loving and caring Redondo Beach residents. I also met all the current council persons and I believe them to be good people who care deeply about our city. I also believe Mayor Brand is a good man who I share a few policy differences with, as I did previously with Mayor Aspel. I salute all the candidates for throwing their hats in the ring of what are mostly thankless jobs. I'm thankful so many people care enough about our city to get involved. The overarching issues of my campaign will focus on getting money out of politics and promoting respectful debates. I look forward to sharing ideas relating to solving the issues that face Redondo Beach residents. The next e-comment is from Wayne Craig. As many Redondo residents are as yet unaware that we have upcoming elections in February, Roe is rescheduling its candidate forum to February 4, 2021 at 6 p.m. The mentally exhausting events at a national level have been distracting everyone from important local issues that will be decided upon in our vote finalized on March 2. We concur with waiting for the fog to clear after the presidential inauguration and when our Redondo Beach ballots are being sent. While Ro's focus has been on the harbor area, and we appreciate the many questions submitted so far, we also welcome any questions you have for citywide issues and concerns. Redondo Beach is a great place to live, and we want to give our residents an opportunity to ask each candidate to describe their vision for the city's future. Questions can be submitted to info@rescueourwaterfront.org, rescueourwaterfront@gmail.com, or as an instant message on the Row Facebook page. And I'm going to refresh. And that concludes e-comments for J1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess that ends J1 then, and we'll move right on to our items for discussion tonight. First one is N1, discussion and possible action regarding approval of a successor MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with the Redondo Beach Professional and Supervisory Association. Diane Strickfat.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to discuss items N1 through N3 all together, just because they're similar. So items N1 through N3 represent a very favorable outcome of our negotiations with most of the miscellaneous labor groups. As you know, their recent contracts expired in December 2020 after several years of repeated one-year MOUs and sometimes very prolonged negotiations. So the agreements before you represent a mutual collaboration between the employee groups and the city in response to both the COVID-19 emergency and some long sought after marginal increases that the employee groups will be receiving in the second and third year of the agreement. So these MOUs address the city's immediate budgetary concerns by limiting expenditures in the first year and then go on to provide some increases to wages and benefits in years 2 and 3. So key deal points include the following. For both PSA and CEA, they are 3-year MOUs running from January 2021 through December 2023. And the management confidential item is not an MOU since that group is not represented. It's a pay plan, so it doesn't change until further amended by council. All members will receive a $500 stipend upon adoption of the MOU. Effective January 2021, members will receive an ongoing $200 per month increase to their city health insurance contributions. In January 2022, members will receive additional increases to their monthly health insurance contributions, ultimately putting them at the same level as our public safety employees. These increases will be partially offset by a cap put in place on how much those who opt out of the plan can obtain via cash back. Historically, this cash back was tied to the plan premium cost and would increase each time the premium increased. But now that amount's going to be locked in place going forward. In year 2 of the agreement, members will receive a 1% salary increase. And in January 2023, the third year of the agreement, members will receive a 2% salary increase. The city will continue with what's known as the holiday closure during the duration of these agreements, where employees get 3 additional holidays between Christmas and New Year's. And for PSA and Management Confidential, and due to the COVID-19 emergency, employees will be allowed a one-time carryover of up to 27 hours of unused administrative leave time, which is usually use it or lose it. So this is due to the fact that during the past year, many employees have been unable to use their accrued leaves. CEA employees do not get administrative leave time, so they're eligible for overtime. For PSA, the current year's fiscal impact is $60,259. For CEA, it's $102,965, and for Management Confidential, the impact's $31,000. Out of the $31,100, the current impact for elected officials is only $2,400, as they're entitled to health insurance increases, but not the one-time payment that staff gets. So this combines for a total fiscal impact for all 3 agreements equaling $194,000 for this fiscal year. It's made up of the one-time non-PERSable payment of $500, along with increases to health insurance for the remainder of the year. The other costs take place in future years and will be incorporated into the budget at that time. This funding is available in the unallocated general fund reserves and will need to be appropriated via a 4/5 vote on the attached budget resolutions. So there are 6 resolutions in total for the 3 items. And so staff recommends that council acts on each item N1, N2, and N3 individually and approve the attached resolutions and agreements for PSA, CEA, and Management Confidential, unless you have questions.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Councilmember Narenhart.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. This is a very tough decision for me because I myself am a public employee. I work for the county. Our union has foregone an agreement this year and said we are not going to. We are in the midst of an absolute pandemic right now. Hospitals are bursting with patients, so much so they're putting patients into the parking lots. Our financial future, we have 33 spots that we have gotten rid of in the city. 2 filled spots in the city we have taken out. We have fired 2 employees in the city of Redondo Beach this last budget cycle. We have cut 25% of the ladder truck staffing personnel. Our harbor has been decimated financially. The pandemic, there's no end in sight right now. We're in the worst of it. Germany is going from their 10 weeks in a complete lockdown. People aren't allowed to leave 15 kilometers outside their homes. I have a really hard time voting for something that we cannot pay for. We have no idea how we're going to pay for in a year from now. We don't know what our budget's going to be like in a year from now. No one can say what our budget's going to be in a year from now. Our hotels are empty. Our restaurants are shuttered right now. I've done everything I can to get our businesses up and running in a safe manner. But right now is just not the time to be giving a raise. And staff is doing a great job right now of saying that there's savings, but the overall net increase year over year is, if we were to go through this with all 4 remaining groups that we have here, is over $2 million a year in increase in costs. So while we had to cut our budget by $9 million, extremely painful for the residents, for employees alike, I don't have the ability, the foresight to be able to pay for an extra $2 million a year if we go through this with all 4 employee groups. I am in far greater favor of doing things for our employees, like giving them more time off, allowing them to disperse our extra monies that we have at the end of the year as cash benefits, moving forward in other ways. I myself are in the same waters as all employee groups as a public employee. I'm in a different boat, being in a different government agency. But in that same boat, in those waters, we have foregone because we don't know what's going to happen in the county as well. And I think it's just prudent right now to not be giving raises. And it's not a net increase. I was in full favor of the police union getting a raise. Mayor Brand I was the first one to get called from Mayor Brand when we sat down and said, well, what are we going to do to figure this out? And that was a net revenue equating to savings and benefits for them. Same as fire, even though fire had to have certain cuts in there. So it's been a huge anxiety for me. I've had to really think about this. I'm in the same boat. And what it came down to for me is, as a public employee who has a union, and we have all said unanimously that was not the time to seek a raise. I just don't think that with firing 32 positions, including people in open and filled positions, that now is the time to be handing out raises in the pandemic with this great uncertainty happening right now. Probably be the lone vote on this, but there's no way to pay for this. We have no idea. All I see right now with CalPERS costs are going up, and I just can't see this. Like I said, I'm all full favor of using our extra monies that we have to disperse those employees, giving them extra time off, and going from there. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Narenheim. It's a very thoughtful comments. It's not easy to go against staff recommendation and walk into something knowing this is likely a 4-1 vote. But I just want to, my hats off to the work you've done and the fact that you are a county employee and in very similar situations. So yeah, my hats off to you, because I've been on the one on many 4-1 votes, and it's not easy. So. And in a lot of ways, it makes a lot of sense. I'm in favor of it. think we need to move forward, and having these kinds of agreements with our employee groups are incredibly important. Councilmember Indy.
I see things a little differently than Mr. Narenheim. One of the problems we were trying to solve before COVID was that we were very property tax dependent. And it's true, and we were struggling with the sales tax and UUT tax. And now, because of COVID, we're struggling with the TOT. But our property tax is hugely doing well. And we're and the fact that the employees are willing to only go with 1% and then 2%, and this is a 3-year deal, is extremely, it shows that the employees understand that we're up against a wall when it comes to expenses. And I think this is definitely the thing that we should be doing. And so as a result, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt by title only Resolution CC 2101-04, a resolution of the City Council and City of Redondo Beach adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach Professional and Supervisory Association from January 1st to 2021 through December 31st, 2023. Do we have to do these separately, these two?
Yeah, we need to do
Okay.
each.
So I'll do that motion first.
Second.
Okay. Are there any public comments to this item H? Excuse me, N1?
Yes, yes, sir. David Epstein would like to speak on this item. Just a moment. I'll unmute his mic. Oops.
Hello, everyone, again. Like all of you, I read the context and really thought about this. I would, as a maybe a middle ground solution, I agree with everything that's been said. My suggestion is that it be delayed by 6 months until we see some improvement in the funding situation. Now's just a really weird time. I mean, in my job in cybersecurity, I was asked to take a pay cut. So after thinking through everything, and I agree with everyone here, we need to be able to attract and retain employees. And in normal circumstances, that's all good stuff. But where's this going to come from? I just drove home from a project over 3 potholes on my street because the city can't afford to, deal with potholes. So, maybe we could delay it by 6 months and ask the employees for help as we begin to recover from the COVID situation. That's all I'd say. Maybe there's a middle ground.
Okay, thank you.
We also have an e-comment submitted. So Katura, would you like to read that, please?
Yes, the e-comment is received from Eugene Solomon. Budgets across the country are strained. Residents across Redondo are in financial difficulty. We don't have the complete picture of how COVID will impact many city revenue streams, such as TOT revenues. CalPERS is resetting their numbers and our contributions will rise. Manhattan Beach is moving forward with pension revenue bonds, and we have no plan to deal with increasing PERS costs. Until we know the new 4-year CalPERS numbers and have a better handle on revenue streams, we should wait on employee raises. And that's it for N1. Thank you.
I have a public comment.
Yeah, I see another person under public comment. Is there any other, do you see anyone else, Vicky, under public comments?
Yes, sir. Zaino Baji would like to make a comment as well.
Howdy, I agree with the previous public speakers, Dave Epstein, and the person who had the e-comment in that, and a concerning tendency I'm seeing in the city, which is paying for things and not being sure how we're going to finance them. This is like the $700,000 parking lot on Artesia. Residents don't know why we spent that. The fact that we could only redevelop one patch, one block of the bike path in North Redondo. The fact that we can't continue the bike path to the last 2 blocks on Rockefeller or maintain that land in any way because we can't pay for an easement. I get it. It's expensive to live in California, Southern California. These employees work hard. They're trying to keep up with the cost of living. But right now is not probably the right time to grow our expenditures when, again, we don't know where the end is in sight. So, thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
That concludes public comment, sir.
Okay. Councilmember MD, you still have your hand up. Did you want to comment again or?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. I actually see both points of view here. I understand the uncertainty, Nils, in terms of what you're talking about, but every forecast I've seen says that we'll be back by the end of the summer, probably. And they're predicting an actual boom because of pent-up spending. So we're at a really bad stage in terms of TOT. And most of our other revenue, as Councilmember MD had mentioned, includes property tax, has gone up because of low interest rates and home buying. I'm confident that that tourism will be back, and that will definitely help the very large cut that we've gotten, $8 to $9 million of cut we've had over the last year when it comes primarily to transient occupancy tax. In terms of this year, we already have money that was from holdover from last year. So I think we're surplus of $500,000. And I agree with you that we have unfilled positions, the 32 unfilled positions, and the 2 people that were unfortunately let go. But I think now is actually an opportune time to negotiate this. We've always said that we take care of our employees when we have the ability to pay for it. And I believe we do have the ability to pay for it. And what Mr. Epstein said rings true in terms of potholes and streets, but we're spending over, I believe $1.5 million, $2 million this year on roads. I've made that a priority since I've been on the council. We continue to do road paving up in North Redondo and South Redondo and slurry sealing. So I don't think we're going without taking care of our primary needs. I think we do need to take care of our employees, especially with a 3-year deal. If this were a 1-year deal, I'd be a little bit hesitant. But we settled with our police, we settled with our fire. I think it's time to show our other employee groups that we do look out for them as well too. And I understand there's a lot of people that are really struggling right now, but I think in a year or two, we're going to be looking more secure in terms of where we're at with our revenue. This allows us to plan over the next 3 to 4 years in terms of our budgets better. So it's a tough call, Nils. I understand where you're at, but I personally think this is the right call to settle with this group in particular. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
Sure, thank you. I agree exactly with what Mr. Lowenstein just said, is that we need to, when times are tough, you need to go back to your core. And your core are your employees who are running our city, that are taking care of things. The funds that Mr. Obaji mentioned, the $700,000, those are secured funds over in a different place, and that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here and our ability to pay for those. The idea is that we do have this money, or at least we'll as some growth will actually allow us to pay for these. And as Mr. Lowenstein pointed out, we've been able to settle a 4-year contract with our firefighters, a 3-year contract with our POA, and now it's time to actually settle these. This is a 3-year deal, as Mr. Lowenstein pointed out, and this is great to be able to have our employees solid. They've actually are doing more with less because we did have to have all these open areas, open positions, and this is the right way to go. So I'll be voting for this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I would just say, I think if I wasn't a council person, I could easily look at this from the perspective that the residents speaking have looked at it. Being a council person and working with each of you and the city staff, I take on a different perspective, and I agree with what Councilmember Lowenstein and Grand just said and what Councilwoman MD said earlier. I understand the sentiments coming from Councilmember Nierenheim, but at the same time, to borrow a term from him that he used many years ago, prior proper planning, that's exactly what this council and staff is trying to do by actually having long-term contracts with all our employee groups allows us to plan properly for each of our forthcoming budgets. So revenues will change. To Councilmember Lowenstein's prediction, things will get better. They might get worse before they get better, but this locks us into knowing what we have to pay in that area, and it allows us some flexibility with other areas. and how we recover from the pandemic and the budget shortfalls, and then how we prepare for the future. So I think if we were to wait and do this later, if there was a recovery, to Councilmember Lowenstein's point, that could become actually problematic with us, and negotiations, to Councilwoman MD's point, the employees might have a very different perspective than they do now. So I think we're all trying to row together in the same direction, and I appreciate the employees understanding the predicament we're in, and I will be voting in support of these 3 items as well.
Okay, thank you. Just to close it out, you know, I've been doing this a long time, and we have to keep in mind also that our employees, all the employee groups, we're not getting the same level of raises that other employees across public sectors were getting over, I'll say, the last 10 years. So our employees have been extremely sympathetic and empathetic of the situation that our city's been in, and they're demonstrating that here as well, while we try to give them some certainty, as well as us some certainty on what their compensation will be and what our expenses will be. So it's not lost on me that they did not get the same level of raises over the past, let's say, 10 years that other public agency sector employees were getting. So I think it's balancing itself out on the whole, and I'd like to thank all the employee groups with this opportunity for working with us so that we can come to these kinds of agreements. And I've never seen all employee groups with these sorts of long-term contracts in place, if this approves, ever in my time. And I don't think I would have even predicted it. So many thanks to our employee groups. It's really happening because of them. And we've got one more to go, and hopefully that goes as smoothly. So with that, there's a motion on the floor. Any more public comments?
No, sir, we do have some for N2 and N3, however, so that I would wait till then, if that's okay.
Okay, great. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grant?
Aye.
Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, so that particular resolution passes. Another one, you need to read that then?
Yes, sir. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-210104. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach Professional and Supervisory Association from January 1, 2021 through December 31, 2023. Also adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2101-005. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, appropriating $60,259 from the unassigned general fund balance for the memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach Professional and Supervisory Association. Thank you.
Point of clarification, was that second resolution in your motion, Councilmember Narenheim?
No, I thought we said we had to do those separately.
Yeah, I think
So if I can go ahead and make the motion to adopt by 4/5, so the resolution CC-2101-005.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Grant, I believe. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Point of clarification, I apologize. Is it 02 or
005 that we're doing right
005? Okay. Aye.
Councilmember Grant?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
I think you already read it, so maybe.
I did, and I apologize. I assumed that the motion was for both resolutions. My apologies.
I think I'll let Director Strickfaden clarify, but I think it's okay to pass both resolutions. You just wanted each item done separately.
Each item done separately. Each item has 2 resolutions, and I think the issue was the original motion only mentioned the first resolution. It didn't mention the budget appropriation one.
So the next items, we can just go ahead and mention both resolutions and pass them.
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so we're up to N2. I guess you already covered it, Director Strickfaden. So I will open it up to public comment and any comments from the council. Are there any public comments for item N2?
Yes, the first person to wish to speak on this item N2 is David Epstein.
I signed up mainly to talk about the one I already addressed, so we're good. Thank you so much.
Okay.
We'll move on to Zaino Baji on item number.
Same here. I already spoke. Thank you.
And that concludes public speaking. However, we do have an item under the e-comments entered under N2. Tara?
The e-comment is from Jacqueline White. It is concerning to me that the City of Redondo Beach has failed to give a significant base pay raise to the members of the associations up for discussion today. It is insulting that the pay raise being given to these employees is $500 spread across 12 months. That is an additional $10.41 a week, a measly 26 cents per hour for those working 40 hours a week. The City of Redondo must do better. Redondo is able to give both fire and police 4% base pay bumps this year alone, but they are unable to do the same for other employees. Council members, I urge you to evaluate how you value labor in your city. Your treatment of employees who are not fire or police will directly impact how your city is run. These employees are the backbone of the city. If the city fails to make a significant adjustment to the base pay, your employees will know exactly how their labor is valued and the city will suffer for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see, Councilmember MD had a hand up. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution CC 2101-004, sorry, and also resolution CC 2101-005.
Second.
Actually, excuse me, I think we're on item N2, ma'am.
02 and 03.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, did I mix that? Oh, you know what? I clicked on the other one. I apologize.
Get into more.
Yeah. So let's go back. So it's N2. So it's CC 2101-002 and CC 2101-003.
Second again.
There's a second. Point of clarification, Diane, have these been approved by the work groups?
Yes, excuse me. All the work groups ratified it back on December 21st.
Thank you. I just kind of wanted to answer that last commenter that, employees, just so she knows, or whoever it was, that the employees have ratified these.
Well, and also we should mention that the police and fire had given us substantial savings, had really worked to figure out the savings in order to pay for those raises accordingly. So they did a lot to make that happen. It may look like that on paper that we were favoring them, but they came back with a lot of savings for us to be able to do so.
That is absolutely correct, Councilmember MD. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, you need to read those, Vicky.
Yes, sir. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2101-002, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach City Employees Association from January 1, 2021 through December 31, 2023. Adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2101-003. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, appropriating $102,965 from the unassigned general fund balance for the memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach City Employees Association. Thank you, sir.
Okay, item N3. Are there any public comments for item N3?
Actually, there are. Zaino Baji, again, I don't know if he wanted to speak again, but I'm going to go ahead and unmute just in the event that he did want to speak on this.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. And that concludes public speaking, and we do not have any e-comments for this item.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
You're muted.
You're muted, Laura.
Sorry. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt by title only resolution 2101-006 and resolution CC 2101-007.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. I don't see any hands up or any public comments. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Vicky.
Okay, we have two resolutions to read here. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2101-006, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, updating the pay and benefits plan for management and confidential employees. Also adopt by four-fifths vote and by title only resolution number CC-2101-007, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, appropriating $31,100 from the unassigned general fund balance for the management and confidential employees pay and benefits plan. That concludes resolutions.
Okay, thank you. Next up is item N4. That's a discussion and possible action regarding an agreement with the CityNet to conduct a census count of people experiencing homelessness in Redondo Beach and to provide a homeless navigator for North Redondo for 6 months. I guess turn this over to Mike Webb, our city attorney. Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. As part of our continuing effort to address the problem of homelessness in Redondo Beach, we're recommending that, and we've discussed it before, that you retain CityNet to conduct a homelessness census. We talked about it before because the mayor and I, maybe almost a year ago, spoke with the mayor of Bellflower and the city attorney of Bellflower, and they recommended and talked about their experience with having a more accurate homeless count than the point in time numbers that are done every January. We did a mini version of that by our police department in terms of the actual night that they went out. The police department made an actual count, and the police department's determination was that we had 119, not the 176. This year, because of COVID, there's going to be no homelessness point in time count, and it's important to have accurate numbers if you're trying to solve any problem. More importantly, Bellflower felt that the census numbers that they got from Bellflower and the information they got were much more useful in trying to address the problem. We also had direction to, or not we, but the council gave city staff direction to add an additional housing navigator to focus on North Redondo. And I should say we have Brad Fieldhouse from CityNet on here, and maybe, though I don't see here, Jessica Bruce from CityNet, and they can answer any questions or talk about it. But I asked them, I told them what the council wanted to have us do, and they suggest that we have 2 housing navigators 5 days a week for North Redondo. One of the problems with just adding an additional person from Harbor Interfaith is that Harbor Interfaith sees a conflict with other cities when we're renting beds or apartments in other areas, as the council has given us direction to do, and as we now will have available in January. And CityNet doesn't have that sort of conflict, and they provide the outreach services in Bellflower, and again, they spoke very highly of them. And so what is submitted for your approval tonight is an MOU to conduct a homelessness census. And if we can get direction, then we'll return the following Tuesday with an additional, either an amendment or additional MOU to perform outreach until the end of the fiscal year. The amount for the 2 people 5 days a week is $35,000 more than the money that the council has previously authorized, but Lori Koki, the interim director of community services, has verified that we have grant funds that are available for that and sufficient to do that. And Mr. Fieldhouse had indicated that there would be some savings from the original estimate if we're doing the census and the outreach, because part of the initial efforts of the outreach are duplicated in the census, such as getting to know the homeless individuals in Redondo. And with that, I would turn it over to Mr. Fieldhouse if he wants to say anything, or turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor, if you have any questions, or the council.
Okay, Mr. Fieldhouse, did you want to add anything to that?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah, that was covered pretty well. We would be more than willing and able to join in and help. As was just explained, we are a full-service nonprofit agency. We do work in LA County, and we've done a number of these sort of censuses. So we have staff that are fully deployed, even in the pandemic. Probably just if I were to add one thing in addition to going out, built into the budget is PPE that we would distribute, obviously, as part of this effort, not only to do a count and a census and sort of take stock of the realities on the ground. We would also be distributing personal protective equipment to all the individuals that we would be bumping into. So as it relates to the census, we are ready to move quickly. If the council were to move forward with this, we could mobilize quickly as soon as tomorrow and begin to put a plan together in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks to complete the census, as we've done this in a number of cities. Bellflower. We've also done we lead the point in time count in Orange County. So we do the entire count, all cities in Orange County. So this is sort of one of the things that we do provide. And we are an approved member of the HMIS. We're part of the system in LA County already. So adding this work would just be simply an administrative function to put us into the system for SPA 8. But we're pleased to be of assistance if we can be of assistance.
What is HMIS?
It's the Homeless Management Information System. It's the tool that all the agencies within the county use to coordinate amongst, to basically make sure that all the resources that are available are getting to the right people, and all the agencies participate in that. That's where we put the individuals that we would bump into, go into a common database that allows the different agencies to talk to each other and provide the most appropriate resources.
Okay, great.
In a timely fashion.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I should indicate, I don't think I did, this doesn't need a budget modification. This is covered within the scope of our grant from the South Bay COG. So they'll be paying, at least the census part will be paid through the grant, the COG funds that are already allocated, and additionally, any overtime for the police department to go along with them and share their expertise and areas to look at, because we want a fully accurate count to be able to effectively continue to effectively address this most perplexing of problems.
Yeah. But as part of a motion, you'd also like direction for you to return with a budget modification to fund the homeless navigators for
Correct.
Down at the next meeting.
Yep. And if we do that, we have, we can do it within a day if we get that direction and return with it next Tuesday.
We've got the money as part of the unallocated grant money that we had. Okay. Are there any public comments? Vicky?
No, sir, there are not.
Okay, great. Councilmember Grant.
Sure. I just, when we spoke about some, I believe it was leftover, the $45,000 CBDG money that we were talking about last week, it was brought up that, hey, let's give that to Harbor Interfaith, and we said, no, let's leave it unallocated. Are these $45,000 being used for this function? Is that part of what we're talking about?
Yes.
And I'm glad we did that, and I'm glad that it was pointed out. So thank you, Councilwoman MP, for doing so. Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, so part of just so everybody's clear, so what the city attorney is asking for is direction as part of the motion to come back to allocate those monies to the housing navigator for North Redondo. It's kind of a separate portion of the motion. Councilmember Indy.
A question for Brad Fieldhouse. We have a really great housing navigator Lilo Murrah, and she has some people that work with her. Are you guys going to be able to cooperatively work with our team that's already in place? Because I think she would have a lot of information to be able to help you with your task that you have.
Yeah, I will toss it over to Jessica. My colleague is on the line. We've heard her described as an angel that walks on water, so we are very excited to meet her and work with her. But yes, we would absolutely be working with, as long as they're willing to go out with us and do the actual census in a safe manner, we would love to work collaboratively. And we've heard nothing but great things. And we do have a history of, we're friends with agencies that are, colleagues in this space. Jessica, you want to address this?
Yes, and to the point that even our case managers are called collaborative case managers. So we understand that, collaboration across all agencies is going to bring the most, fruitful outcomes as we work together.
Wonderful. And, and she might be an angel, but imagine more like, Michael with a sword. So I wouldn't take that as sweet angel. Okay. So let's just be really clear about that. With that said, let's see if I can maybe not mess this up. I would like to make a motion to approve an agreement with CityNet to conduct a census count of people experiencing homelessness in Redondo Beach and provide a homeless navigator for North Redondo for 6 months. And then do I ask for a budget modification to come back next week?
Yeah.
Yes. That's my motion.
Okay. Great. So there's a motion and a second, and no other hands up. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember Indy?
Aye.
Great.
Just to be clear, we'll be coming back with the MOU amendment as well as the budget modification.
Excellent. Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. So Brad, I'll be bugging you again tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Jessica, for joining us. All right. Next up, discussion and possible action regarding inclusionary housing ordinance to determine parameters. Brandy Forrest.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. If you recall back at our November, I believe it was a November 10th meeting, we had an introductory meeting to go over what is an inclusionary housing ordinance and what are the parameters that we'll need to go through. We had our housing consultant, Veronica Tam, at that meeting. And at that point, so just as a reminder, an inclusionary housing ordinance is an ordinance where a development that has a certain number of housing units as part of the project would be required to provide a certain percentage of affordable housing at set affordability levels. And the city council did agree that they wanted to move forward to create that ordinance. And with that, we have to set the parameters. So, what are the size of projects that trigger it? What is the affordability level? What's the percentage of units that would be required to be affordable? So this evening, that is what we're back here for. We have Veronica Tam, our housing consultant, and we have Kathy Head from Kaiser Marston Associates, who is our sub-consultant. Kathy is going to be kind of leading the presentation about the parameters and to really try and pull from you as a council some kind of consensus on what we want to move forward with for parameters so that Kathy can evaluate those, make sure that it would be fiscally would work and would not hinder housing development, and then we can move forward with the ordinance. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kathy. The presentation was in your blue folder items, so if you want to walk through that on your own computers, but Kathy will have that available.
And should I, excuse me, and should I share my screen, Brandy, or?
Yeah, is that Vicki? Can she share her screen?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okie doke. This is always a little bit of a trick for me, but I will do what I can. Okay, is it up?
Yes, please proceed.
Excellent. Okay, so as Brandy mentioned, I'm here to just discuss the various parameters. I listened to the city council meeting where Veronica went through all of the basics of inclusionary, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of that here tonight, but I am going to just give you some of the foundational information just to get us started. And naturally, my screen, there we go. Okay, so as you probably know, over 170 jurisdictions in California have inclusionary ordinances. They range all over the gamut, Northern California, Southern California. They tend to have fairly common assumptions within ranges, but they vary within those ranges. And so it's really important to understand what your community is like and what your community can handle. And to really, the key factor to understand is that while inclusionary is an excellent tool, it's only one tool and it can really only be expected to fulfill a small portion of your unmet need for housing. The next point is that, and you guys have discussed this at length, I know, is that one way to start establishing your parameters for an inclusionary housing program is to look at your RENA requirements and just try to work off those percentages of very low, and moderate, just as a basic starting point. The other thing that you're subject to now with the housing element, which I'm sure Veronica's spoken to you about, is the no net loss rules. And so having inclusionary housing policy is one good tool for helping you mitigate the loss of units from other purposes. So it provides you that opportunity to fulfill the no net loss requirements. And finally, this came up in your city council meeting when you discussed this before, was could you just match up to what your Mellow Act inclusionary requirement was? And I know that you've done some projects using the Mellow Act on a more of an ad hoc basis, and that's fine. There's no problem with that. The Mellow Act actually only provides requirements for replacement housing and then provides the opportunity to do inclusionary, but doesn't establish guidance for what that inclusionary should be. So that's just another thing for us to keep in mind while we're doing this. So now on the inclusionary housing considerations, I'm going to probably say this more times than you're going to want to hear it, but it's really important to stay within the legal parameters of what you can do with inclusionary and what you can't do with inclusionary. And through the various court cases and legislation that have been enacted over the years, the major standard that applies is the requirements cannot be confiscatory and the requirements cannot deprive an owner of a fair and reasonable return on their investment. So that's something you always need to look at when you're establishing inclusionary housing parameters. The other thing you want to look at, and this is, I've done over 30 inclusionary housing program feasibility analyses, mainly in Southern California, although a few in the Central Coast. And it's really important to understand that there's not a cookie cutter way to do inclusionary because every community is different. The demographics are different. The real estate strength is different. The types of projects that are being developed are different. So it's really important up front to have an understanding of what sort of projects you think are in the pipeline or will be developed over time in your community, and then how you can impose inclusionary requirements that meet that first standard of not being confiscatory and not depriving a property owner of a fair and reasonable return. And then, so at the end of the day, what you really want to do is you want to balance your needs and your objectives against the needs of developers and against the needs of property owners. Because if property owners don't sell land for residential development or residential developers don't want to build residential, it doesn't matter what percentage inclusionary you impose because 10% of zero is zero. So the parameters we'd like to discuss tonight, and we'll come back to them at the end of this presentation as well, and we have some charts, is the target income and affordability standards that you'd like to test for both ownership and rental, and the minimum project size that you'd like to apply as a threshold that will be subject to your requirements. And then importantly, then what alternative options to on-site production would you like to consider as part of your program? You're required to have options, but you're not required to have all the options, and you're not required to allow them by right. You're allowed to have discretion in what you allow and you don't allow. But the commonly used options are an in lieu fee, which we'll discuss in more depth, off-site production of the units that would have been required by the market rate project. Another thing that I like to look at is trying to use, excuse me, rental units to fulfill the requirements that have been imposed on an ownership project. And we'll talk about that some more as well. Land dedication is offered up as an option because it's one of the things the state has identified as one of the means of fulfilling inclusionary requirements. And then acquisition and substantial rehabilitation of existing units. That one's tricky, and we'll discuss that more too. That one's tricky because it's really almost impossible to get RHNA credit for existing units. So if RHNA is your major goal, then it's probably something to stay away from. So I think you were given the survey. Kaiser Marston's, we're perpetually doing this survey and constantly updating it of communities that have inclusionary housing ordinances and what the parameters of those inclusionary programs are. And so I think Brandy handed those or sent those around. But I just want to hit the highlights of them. And that is, most inclusionary housing programs do have a threshold project size before which the program it triggers. And so the common thresholds, which you'll see in the survey, range from a starting point of 3 units to sort of a high point of 10 units. Most programs, the threshold's not higher than 10 units. In most programs, they're not as low as 3. In the survey that you've got, the median was 8. The threshold's 8. There's no magic to that, really. It's what's the best parameter for your community. Okay, so on income and affordability restrictions, the majority of the programs are somewhere between 10 and 20%. But there are outliers. There are outliers that as low as 3% and outliers as high as 30%. And so if you look at the survey, you'll see that the vast majority of the programs are between 10 and 20%. Santa Monica obviously is the 30% example, so you're very familiar with that. That requirement in the downtown of Santa Monica is very much also tied to density. And so that's something to keep in mind when you're thinking about a higher percentage than that 10 to 20% range. Another thing to think of is if you have a lot of small projects that are being developed, the imposition of an affordability requirement on a small project does have a disproportionate impact on the project economics, because you can't spread the impact over, you're only spreading it over a few units. And so that's another thing to keep in mind. And then covenant periods is sort of the last, excuse me, consideration. This again, if you look at the survey, there's a very common threshold of a 45-year restriction on ownership units and a 55-year restriction on rental units. But I've seen all manner of other restrictions. So what we're trying to show you here with this survey is just what's commonly done in other communities. It doesn't create a limitation for you as to what you might want to do. So that was the 65 cities in the survey. And then what we did, I then brought it down to just LA and Orange County jurisdictions to discuss more specific requirements being provided in those. And so then again, the thresholds were up to 20 units, but half the programs of the 11 were 3 or fewer units. So that's something to consider. As I mentioned before, that they range 4% is San Clemente, 30% is Santa Monica. 9 out of the 11 are between 10 and 20%. Ownership programs tend to be focused on moderate income. And the reason for that is moderate income households have more discretionary income to spend on housing related expenses. And there's some real capital issues with home ownership that all you homeowners will know about. And so when you have a more limited income, it's very difficult to cover all the costs associated with home ownership while still buying groceries. So that's something, as a general rule, we recommend ownership be focused on moderate income. Rental projects, on the converse, tend to be more related to very low income and low income, because you're trying to meet that mix of needs. So hopefully what you can meet with your inclusionary policy is that range of incomes from very low income up to moderate income. Again, in LA and Orange County, the common covenant periods were 45 and 55, ownership and rental. And every program includes an in lieu fee option. And really most inclusionary programs do include an in lieu fee option. They tend to vary in terms of, can they always be paid? Is it city council discretion that they're paid? Are they allowed for ownership but not for apartments? Are they allowed for a certain size project but not a project above that size? So those are the considerations for in lieu fee. It's my recommendation that you have some kind of an in lieu fee in your program. And then again, we'll talk about that right after this survey. The other thing about an in lieu fee, and this is a commonly misunderstood factor as well, is a lot of times you'll hear the in lieu fee should be equal to the cost of the unit. And I like to take a different approach to that. And that is the units, even though they're affordable, they do create rent or a sales price. So they do have value. It's just less than it would be at market value. So in my opinion, a more appropriate in lieu fee is that delta. It's that incremental difference between the market price and the affordable price. You don't have to do it, but it is my recommendation. So as I mentioned, I like to focus on moderate income for ownership, so I won't belabor that one again. On rental, you're very much guided by the parameters established by AB 1505. AB 1505 allowed rental units to be subject to inclusionary housing ordinances after they had been prohibited after the 2009 Palmer decision. And when they wrote 1505, they wrote some examples of what you can do with rental. They didn't say you had to, but they just suggested them. Subsequent to that, the State Housing and Community Development Department put out a guidance memo where they suggested it more firmly. So I think that it's really a good idea to try and stay within the AB 1505 parameters, because if you move outside the parameters, then you're opening yourself up for an HCD, Housing and Community Development review by the state. And so I just think it's just better to try to stay within those parameters for on-site production. Now, for your options, for your off-site productions requirement, if you allow off-site production as an option, then you can apply a stricter standard, because the base of an inclusionary program is on-site production. That's the goal of an inclusionary housing program. So any option you provide can have more restrictive covenants associated with it. So say, for example, you establish a low income requirement for on-site production. You could establish a very low income requirement for off-site production. Also, and this will be very common, and this is something that I really do want to focus on for a minute with you, is anytime a jurisdiction initiates an inclusionary housing program or implements an inclusionary housing program, you should really expect that developers will want to make use of the state density bonus. It's in many ways, the state density bonus serves to mitigate the impact of the affordability requirements imposed by an inclusionary housing program. And it's not explicitly why they did it, because the state wanted you to use density bonus no matter what. But the most common times for density bonus to be used is in communities that have inclusionary or other affordable housing requirements. So that's something to really understand and focus on when you're looking at this, is expect density bonus. Okay, so in lieu fee payments. Everybody always focuses on in lieu fees, so that's why I wanted to spend some time on it while we're talking tonight. So the things you're going to want to think about when you're looking at in lieu fees is, do you want to allow them to be paid by right? Or do you want to allow them to be paid under only given circumstances? So the things you're going to want to think about is, is your program goal to have developers fulfill your obligations in a dispersed manner all over the community and on-site within market rate projects? Or would you like to, for some types of projects, get an in lieu fee paid so that you could reach a deeper affordability with a qualified affordable housing developer? That's a legitimate question that needs to be answered by every program that's put together. It's whether your primary goal is to spread the units all over town, or whether you want to get deeper affordability in more concentrated circumstances. And it can be a mix of that. You don't have to choose it for everything. For example, sometimes programs establish an in lieu fee payment by right for ownership projects, but on a very limited basis for rental projects. The other way that in lieu fees often get measured is they can be allowed for projects, say, up to 10 units or up to 20 units, but not above that number of units. So that, again, hearkening back to what I said about small projects having a disproportionate impact, is allowing an in lieu fee to be paid can make that less of an impact on those small projects. Going back to what I said a minute ago about density bonus, is another thing to think about is where your development's happening and whether there are areas where you want to see more density versus areas where you don't. So for example, Santa Monica, when they did their land use and circulation element, they put all of their density on the boulevards and took it away from the neighborhoods. And so in the neighborhoods, then there's a much more liberal inclusionary policy and an in lieu fee policy that takes the impetus of trying to do increased density in the neighborhoods off and really incentivizes density on the boulevards. So that's another thing to think about. The other thing is when you take an in lieu fee, then you've shifted responsibility to the city. And so that it becomes the city's responsibility to find a developer and or find a site or sites to see the affordable housing development being done. So then, I'm sorry, I know I talk really fast. So when you want to establish the in lieu fee payments, we discussed this, but the affordability gap methodology is the way I typically recommend it being done, which is that delta between the market rate price and the affordable price. But if you're in the position where you're trying to encourage in lieu fee payment, you may want to apply a discount to that in lieu fee to further encourage developers to use it. And then finally, you may want to have a schedule, a sliding scale schedule that especially for small projects, your 3 to 10 unit projects, allowing the in lieu fee to be graduated up in that size range can be really helpful to project economics and make it much less of an impact. So that's absolutely something else to be considered. So the other options, other than in lieu fee, one that just actually came up in a program that I recently put together, and I thought it was kind of a good idea, was you could take a market rate site and just subdivide off, say it's a market rate ownership site, and subdivide off a part and allow the inclusionary to be fulfilled with rental units. So it's all still on the market rate site, but it's just been divided into 2 pieces. If you want to allow off-site production of affordable housing, the one thing you really want to consider, I think, is you want to create a proximity limit for how you don't want it to be too far away from the market rate project, because you'd like it to still be in the neighborhood of the market rate unit. Otherwise, you do start to concentrate your affordable units in areas, and you really do want to avoid over concentration to the extent possible. The other thing, and I know I've just been hammering on this, but in offsite production, I'm a real fan of doing rental. The reason I'm a real fan of doing rental for inclusionary housing obligations is in a rental project, your tenants move in, your tenants move out. Your tenants are low or very low income, and they're not expecting equity appreciation from their home, so they're renting. And so it's a more stable way to create long-term affordability. The other part about it is again, because it's one project owned by one entity with one manager, then you have a consistent level of quality in the project, whereas scattered site ownership units, everybody has different economic characteristics. Everybody's got different ways they maintain their homes. If you impose an irrevocable covenant that makes the units be affordable over, say, 45 years, and there's very limited appreciation available, there's also then a disincentive to continuing to improve the home. So that's one of the reasons that I really do focus on rental. But clearly, that's a policy decision for you as a council to make. Land dedication is another interesting one. Land dedication can be a really good policy, but you have to make sure if you do land dedication that you make your parameters very strict in terms of the site has to be zoned to allow for the amount of residential development that has to be fulfilled to fulfill the inclusionary requirement. It has to be general plan compliant. It has to not have hazardous waste. It has to not currently be developed with residential because you don't want to displace residential by, for an inclusionary housing program. And you've got to make sure that not only is the land donated to the project at no cost, but you've got to figure out, or you have to work to figure it out with each project, is what's the financial gap in addition to free land that might be needed to create those affordable housing units. So if you're going to do land dedication, what I tend to recommend is that it be at city council discretion and that you look at about 1.5 pages of parameters that define the site as usable for the type of housing you'd like to see developed. Acquisition and rehabilitation. Cities really like acquisition and rehabilitation because it revitalizes neighborhoods and it it upgrades substandard units, and it all around it's a good policy for creating better neighborhoods. The problem with acquisition rehabilitation is, as I mentioned before, almost impossible to get RENA credit for unless their units are completely uninhabitable, basically red tagged. And if they aren't uninhabitable and you're forgetting about RENA credit, you want to make sure you're not displacing existing tenants, because then you haven't really achieved your affordable housing goal. You've just moved it around. Okay, so that brings us to the selection of parameters. Does everybody know exactly what you want to do now? Brandy, how do you want to handle this?
No, in a word.
No.
Mayor, do you want to kind of lead the discussion with, the blue hands? And before we do that, Kathy, can you just jump to that last slide just so that they know what the next steps will be once we've decided on the parameters?
Sure. So once we establish the parameters, then what Kaiser Marston, me, will do is then I'll perform a financial evaluation to test the parameters to make sure that they're not confiscatory or depriving the property owner of a fair and reasonable return. And then as necessary, I'll come back to you and say, well, I couldn't make this work, but I could make that work. And so we can revisit it. But it's good to have the parameters set up first to then study them. Then we'll present the evaluation to you, and then we'll get your sense and we'll get your feelings on what you'd like to do and what you'd like to change and how you'd like to go forward. And once that's established, then I'll write a policy memorandum that's based on your guidance. But what it'll do then is it'll identify the parameters, but B, what it'll do is it'll show you case studies of how the different options would work on the same site. So how an in-lieu would work, how an offsite production would work, how on-site production would work, how land dedication would work. So it just gives you some case studies to show you in practice what would happen. And then once we get there, once everybody buys off on the policy memo, then an ordinance will be drafted. Simple.
Okay, can you go back to your previous slide?
Yep.
Great. Now, first, I want to thank you for that presentation. That was very comprehensive, and I think it explains well how complicated this is. I'll start off by saying right now, Redondo Beach has 0% inclusionary zoning required.
That's right.
We are definitely an outlier in that regard. I will also point out that all the new state housing laws that are coming down from Sacramento do nothing for affordable housing. They just take the lid off of local control on approving residential development with no real requirements for affordable housing. It's just their philosophy in Sacramento is the more housing, the better. And just by increasing supply of market rate housing, somehow that's going to magically drive down prices of housing. As we've seen in our area and many other areas, that just doesn't work. But that's the way they're operating in Sacramento. Just add more housing all over everywhere, and somehow you're going to get affordable housing, which
is correct.
Just ridiculous. And we're fighting that on many other fronts. Yeah, so inclusionary zoning, I'm really glad to see Redondo Beach exploring this. One thing you didn't talk about, Kathy, was we recently approved the Galleria project. It was 1.6 million square feet. It had a 300-unit apartment complex. And as a condition of approval, we increased that affordable housing from 10% to 20%.
Right.
As a condition of approval, we've been able, in that project anyway, to require some affordable housing. So,
right.
But that's not normal. That's not normally the way it works. As you said several times, they usually come back wanting a density bonus.
Definitely. I mean, I will tell you, I do a lot of community benefits work, which is a lot like what you're saying with the Galleria project, where if a developer is asking for more than zoning would allow or general plan would allow, you say, well, okay, I'll let you do that because you've met our planning objectives, but you have to give us affordable housing, or you have to give us a park, or you have to, whatever the community benefit that's the city's priority. So that is another way to do it, but it's much more of an ad hoc sort of a program.
It was nice to hear you say that 170 jurisdictions across the state of California already have inclusionary zoning. So
and it keeps, and it's increasing all the time. Like there's going to be, I am literally in this year going to work on at least 6 more, and that's because of the new housing element cycle.
Right. So this is how you get affordable housing, and that's really what we're trying to get in Redondo Beach. We got plenty of housing. What we don't have is affordable housing. I mean, we're one of the most densely populated areas on the entire coast, and what we really want to get is affordable housing. And I've seen us approving projects of 30, 40, 50 units with no affordable component whatsoever. So I'm really looking forward to us, making it, leveling the table for everybody, so that when they buy land or they go to a development project, they understand that Redondo Beach, a certain percentage of a certain size project is going to require affordable housing. So it really levels the playing field and gives people certainty about what's going on. So if we look at this chart, by the way, I'm not a big fan of in lieu fees. I don't think in lieu fees are going to get us affordable housing. I think in lieu fees are just going to build up some balance that the city's then going to have to manage and then going to have to figure out how to spend. And yeah, it's just a whole nother effort beyond just requiring a fee in lieu fee. It's like the beginning of more work and more for us to do, when really we should just be requiring affordable housing. And I'll remind everybody that if in the coastal zone, the Mellow Act requires 10% affordable housing. And other than the Galleria project, that's the only way we've gotten affordable housing, is just because of the Coastal Act. If somebody wants to build in the Coastal Act, then 10% per the Coastal Act is required to be affordable housing as residential. So, yeah, I mean, it gets very complicated from there. And I think we're not going to settle that in this meeting here, but I think we can get a good start so that you can come back and that we can refine this and, yeah, get more specific so that you can move on to those next steps. So I'll be really curious to see what the rest of our council thinks. They'll be making the decision. Really appreciate the presentation, Kathy, and I'm really happy to see this before us. I think it's long overdue. We've had a lot of big projects come before Redondo Beach, and we haven't had any requirements for affordable housing unless they took advantage of the density bonus. So, yeah, I mean, with that, just in general, I think had good numbers at 8, projects bigger than 8 units have some component affordable. It would be good to see it somehow tiered, where if you go above a certain number of units, well, then it goes from 10% to 20% affordable. So maybe you start at 8, and then if it gets to be a project over 20, 25 units, then you got to go to 10% or 20% affordable, something like that. I didn't hear you really mention much about that, but a tiered approach. So, yeah, with that, I guess we'll just go through the council, see what people's initial thoughts are. We're not going to settle this tonight, but we're certainly hoping to get a good first pass at it, and have you come back or Brandy come back with some of the answers to our questions, as well as, you know, how our initial direction, you know, fits in or should be amended going.
You, Mayor Brand, yeah, appreciate that. Ms. Head, I thank you for this great presentation. You know, I've been following this stuff since 2014, intricately involved really since 2015. By no means do I feel that I have any sort of grasp on it, but I have seen our RENA numbers, and I first learned about RENA in 2015 when we built a 52-unit project, or approved a 52-unit project, right here in the district that I represent, Prospect and PCH. In fact, two of the council members that approved that project are sitting here today still. And what's important about that is, of those 52 units, not a single one of those units was affordable. And the smallest unit there was a studio unit. I believe it sold for $750,000, and it took them about 1.5 years to sell all the units. I don't even know. I think one more unit's now still for sale, like resale, for $50,000 less than what it was actually bought for. Don't quote me on those numbers, but that's what I remember. I keep looking at it through the MLS. I'm like, has everything sold yet? So it's taken them a long time. The argument back then was, you know, because of RENA. And I sat there and you know, RENA is planning. So we can plan all day long, but we can't build. It's up to the developers to build. And so I don't think we should be going on RENA at all, because it changes so much. They change their methodology. Who knows what their methodology is? I mean, it's kind of a black box, it's been said. We do a great job at producing housing in Redondo Beach. We, like Mayor Brandt said, we don't do a good job of producing affordable housing, but it's not the city's problem, it's the developer's problem. So I would be more in favor of, I like what you said about apartments having a higher percentage of affordable housing, a different mix if we do that, versus the sale of housing. So condos and single family townhomes, things like that. You know, we just approved the 36 unit on Fisk Lane up there in North Redondo. It would have been nice to have a couple of units in there as affordable units. 5 to 10%, I would say. Apartments, I would say 10% as affordable. A tiered approach, the more units you have, the more you can spread the cost out. Because what I'm looking at, so my thoughts on this is really simple, is it takes a certain dollar amount to produce 1 unit of housing. Let's just say it's $1 million, right? Just say for conversation. If we produce 10 units, well, that's $10 million. If you produce 30 units, that's $30 million. Well, if you make one affordable, you won't get the return on investment. So that rest of that money needs to be spread out for the rest of the units, right? So going back to what you said, the owner can only make the money back on a for sale unit one time, versus an apartment owner or apartment building can make money back over a longer period of time. So I see right there as a threshold, apartments having a larger percentage than for sale units. What did you, and I would definitely say my primary goal was just not target a specific area. What you said about Santa Monica was really concerning me, because in lieu fees, I don't like it all. That just means it isn't going to get built. It just hey, we're going to pay some money. It's out of sight, out of mind. I don't believe that's a actual solution. And then what did you say regarding the Mellow Act does not include mandatory requirements?
It doesn't have, I was interested by the comment about the 10% inclusionary requirement by Mellow Act. I think a city has the right to impose a requirement and you can establish it as you wish, but the actual Mellow Act doesn't establish a percentage for inclusionary. It does for replacement, but not.
Brandy, is that true, Brandy?
Yeah, and I went back after our discussion and revisited the. Remember, I had mentioned that there was a project that had just been approved that had an affordable unit, and with that, it was actually we pulled in the Mellow Act in for the approval. So we don't have something in our ordinance. So here we need to have something in our regulations for both the coastal and the inland. So there it was just. It was instituting the Mellow Act, but there weren't, here's the specifics of what you're required to do beyond what the Mellow Act has.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say, if I could just comment, I mean, I think the important thing about the Mellow Act is it gives you the right to impose inclusionary. Without an ordinance, without an inclusionary ordinance or without, doing a community benefit type thing, you can't just do inclusionary as a city. That was the Palmer case in LA. But with the Mellow Act, you can impose inclusionary just by virtue of the Mellow Act. There's just not a specific percentage.
Got it. Okay. That's okay. Educational and even more confusing now.
I tried.
You're good. Let's see. What else? What else did you have in your presentation there? I tried to write some things down. Was that, I would want to treat the coastal zone as the same as the rest of the city. The coastal zone is not that big. We've built out the coastal zone. There's not that many more places to add housing, except for the AES site. And that's going to be, who knows what happens with that. Let's see. Arena inclusion. What else was there? Is there anything else that you had?
Well, I mean, I think you've covered most of it. I mean, nobody's mentioned acquisition rehab yet.
What is acquisition rehab? So
I'm suggesting against it.
Specifically, so if I buy a building and I rehab it and I resell it,
Then you rent it. You rent the apartments. So you buy an apartment building, and then you rehab it, and then you put affordability restrictions on it. There's a couple problems with it. One, either you're displacing tenants, which is sort of counterproductive, or two, you're keeping the tenants in because they meet your affordability standards, but then you haven't really created any affordable units that you didn't already have. They're just nicer than they were.
Right. No, I agree with that. I have a lot of other issues with that as well. So I do agree with that. Okay. Is there anything else that you wanted to, Brandy?
Yeah, I think, land dedication, there's the in lieu and then there's land dedication. I think that's the only way that really in lieu can work is if you have some kind of land to put, the affordable units on, right?
Right.
And
we don't.
So it's just something to take into consideration. But I think Kathy had mentioned that there's got to be a value to it that would be, similar to providing the units, or they'd have to, pay additional for the cost of developing, not for building all the housing and dedicating land, but what the differential fee would be. And then I think the other thing was, are you comfortable with if there's a development that's an ownership project, allowing them to subdivide off a parcel so that they could provide the affordable units, say in a rental, it's part, they have to develop it as part of the project, but they would develop apartments on that parcel for the affordability. To Kathy's point about when you're talking about affordability with ownership, it really would have to be in the moderate income because there are so many issues. If it's condos, you might have an association fee. There, different things with taxes, things like that are not just really evident when you're becoming a first-time home buyer and can be really cumbersome, moving forward with a fixed income.
Yeah, a tough one for me to be able to say. I like having things well integrated with each other. Everything that I've read and seen with housing projects, when you start compartmentalizing off and subdividing out a project and you really make things separate and apart, is it separate and equal? Separate but equal, is it? I mean, that's, to me,
I think,
no.
the other thing to think about is, like, West Hollywood has done this for years, and they most of their development is condo development, is they build a condo building, and within that condo building, they set aside X number of units as affordable, and they're just integrated into the project, but they're treated as rentals.
They're treated as rentals. Okay. I mean, that would work for me. It really speaks to me to hear what you say regarding rentals and affordability. That's huge, because that is true. I mean, it's people who can barely afford to pay rent. How are they going to be able to buy a house, right? Or a condo? And again, going back to what I was saying just a second ago, integrating the two makes for a successful project versus then parcelizing it off. So the West Hollywood idea works for me. And yeah, don't care about Rena.
I got that.
Okay, that's it then, I guess. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, just one other comment I wanted to make is we got to go out of our way to be as simple as possible, too. I mean, we could really get into the weeds about all these options. And I think it's best to keep it simple, both for the city and for the developers, so that, it's clear going into it what they're getting into. And but I do like the West Hollywood. As far as the AS side and the land and the power lines, then none of that is zoned residential development. So that's not really something under consideration here. If somehow it gets changed down the road, that will require a vote of the public. So good luck with that. But right now, none of that is zoned residential anyway. So anyway, Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, thank you again for this large presentation. That's a lot of data that you've given us. My first question is really, the first thing that when we start to think about inclusionary housing is that we want as much low-income housing or affordable housing as we can, and we run off, and that's kind of the reason to go out there. But it sounds like the more that you press, the more you push people or the developers to go towards the density bonus. And how do we really talk about the trade-offs between the density bonus and there? I mean, if our goal is to push developers towards the density bonus, that's not necessarily good for the city, but how do we balance that? And what have you told your other clients about how to balance that out?
No, I think that's a really good question, because I think in every community is different in where they have an appetite for density versus not. So for example, in Culver City, where we're just about to go to council, we've been to Planning Commission, they already had a mixed use ordinance that allowed density on the boulevards. And then what we did as a demonstration project, over several demonstration projects over the years, was allowed developers to add the state density bonus on top of the mixed use bonus in order to attract more affordable units at deeper affordability. And so we wrote this up as an inclusionary policy and left the neighborhoods out entirely. And so the neighborhoods are not subject to an inclusionary requirement, only the boulevards are. So that's just one example of how a city dealt with that issue.
Right.
Because you can't, just to be very clear, with state density bonus, you can't stop someone from using it.
Right. Yeah. Well, and again, in our city, we have quite a lot of R1 that's not going to be subject to this. My next question is going to be about how do we determine smaller projects? And you mentioned how the smaller the project, the more it impacts it. So there's going to be some cutoff level. And again, if you're looking at an R1, this probably isn't working on that. We're not talking about changing an R1 and making one of those units affordable or that sort of thing. What we're talking about is along our boulevards where we have more density. I'll just call it that. So that does go into my second question about what primarily is the yardstick for a small project versus something that's larger.
I mean, I really do think that anything below 20 units is a small project.
Makes sense. And so then that kind of goes towards what the mayor just mentioned, which is you didn't really mention tiering. And if you are from, hey, if it's 10 units, it's maybe 10%. And if it goes to 20 and then 30 and 50 and 100 units, it goes up. Do you have a number of those kind of policies in place in other cities?
I have some tiered programs. They're largely focused on in lieu fee, which I know I'm getting a very strong sense that nobody's particularly excited. But I do want to think, depending on where you set your threshold, for example, if you set your threshold at 3 units, somebody builds a 3-unit project, one of them has to be affordable, you're going to kill the project.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, so it's sort of like, in my world, it's sort of, if you start at 3, if you start at 8, it's a different world.
Mm-hmm.
But if you start at 3, I almost have to insist that you let people pay an in lieu fee for like 3 to 8, because otherwise that 1 unit, you're going to be confiscatory. You just are.
So is an in lieu fee kind of like a Quimby fee?
I mean, it's paid like one. It doesn't have, it's not subject to the Mitigation Fee Act.
Okay. So the city can then use that fee to put it into the open acquisition fund that we have. We have an open land acquisition fund.
Well, I mean, you should definitely put it towards affordable housing.
Oh, okay. Well, makes sense. Okay. That's a great point. Those are the questions I have right now. The last question that I have is more about process. And when you've worked with cities like ourselves and we're through this, how many iterations do we go through typically? And I'll say, you went through a ton of slides and a lot of things to think about. And we're going to have to kind of come and kind of work through this. Is this like tonight we kind of started this, and then we're going to see this in 6 weeks, and we'll see a kind of a new plan, and then we'll kind of see a more refined based on our comments. Is that how this works?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it was ambitious of us to hope you'd fill in all these blanks today, but I think it's a good start, so you get a sense of what it is we're looking for. I think, subject to what Brandy thinks, I mean, it seems like we can take the guidance that you all give us tonight and we can do a draft of the financial analysis and come back to you and say, here's what I think you can do within the goals and parameters that you all give me to think about.
Okay. Well, I think between yourself and the mayor saying that, we're not going to get this done tonight, I'm a little more happy about that. So thank you very much. And I appreciate it. And I'd love to hear about the comments from my colleagues. So thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sean. Council Member MD.
I agree that in lieu and land dedication just isn't going to work. I see that Coastal Commission does an in lieu fee for affordable accommodations along the coast, and it keeps growing and growing with money in it, but they can't seem to get a project off the ground. In addition to our art program, we institute a fee for the John Parsons Art to try to encourage public art, and it also has a lot of money in it because people would rather pay the in lieu fee, and so we end up with this pot of money and not being able to use it. And I definitely think I like the idea of having the very low and low be for rental and moderate for home ownership. Just to remind all of you, we just approved a condo in the senior apartments that, and it works very well there because we have it's integrated into the whole big project. I want to say it was 300 apartment units, and this was long before any of us were on council, or maybe Brand was still on council at the time, and it works really well with that. We're such a built out city. I think you have a hard road ahead of you to kind of figure out how we're going to actually attain affordable housing without it projecting into already established neighborhoods. I'm not sure how we're going to get there, but because we're really built out on this. So I agree with a lot of the points, and when you kind of said, I like this, I don't like that. I agree with a lot of the points you said that you do like. And and as far as like targeting the very low and low for apartments, I like the idea of the acquisition rehabilitation, except the big downer for me is that it doesn't count towards my RENA, and that's what we're trying to solve. So, yeah, I agree. So far I've agreed with most of your assessments, so I'm okay with that and what everybody said. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember MD. Next up is Councilmember Horvath.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. It was like drinking from a fire hose. So yeah, I almost came away going, I want to sleep on this and really kind of talk about it in detail, because it is a lot to take in just one evening. So I'm going to ask a couple questions, and just, feel free to give your honest answer based on all the different cities that you've worked with or seen or evaluated. So some cities do the term, as you mentioned, the 45, 55, depending on ownership or rental. Some cities do it in perpetuity, it seems, right?
Yeah, yes, they do. But what I would say, even though you haven't asked the question yet, is I like a tweak to that. I understand the goal for it to be perpetual. I like a tweak to say, as long as the site is used for residential.
Okay.
Because when the Jetsons are flying around in their space suits, we don't know that residential will still be there. So as long as it's a residential use, then I think that's a reasonable parameter. It has some downsides, particularly for ownership, because again, the parameters of folks not having a lot of money to invest in capital improvements, and also not much of incentive to do it, given the limitation on what they can resell the home for.
Right.
Rental, much more flexible.
Well, I just, what makes me think about it is it was sometime in this past year, we had a project come up in, I think, Councilmember Lowenstein's district that was coming out of term, and there was a lot of elderly people that were living in there, and where were they going to go if the new ownership decided not to to move to a more market rate thing? And so, I mean, clearly that story is going to always happen, right? You're going to have people that are living in a rental situation that are elderly on a fixed income. And so the idea of something being perpetual, I guess, as long as it is residential, speaks to me, because why should we put people in that situation? If the idea, I don't think there's always going to be a need for affordable housing on some level everywhere, right? I don't think we're going to have all of a sudden, an income disparity problem go away. So, okay, so that's something I'm interested in pursuing, and I see West Hollywood does that.
They do perpetual as long as it's residential.
Right. Okay. So there's you talk about on-site, and then you also talk about off-site, right? Can you give an example of how that off-site scenario works? Like, does that mean the developer has purchased another parcel elsewhere in the city, and so this, the main project is going to be X, and then all the affordable is going to be on another parcel? But I just want to understand that, because I don't want it to be like, oh, well, we're going to put the affordable out in Lancaster,
Right.
where we have.
It would be the functional equivalent of Lancaster in Redondo Beach. I mean, I think it's already been made as a counterpoint is, yeah, what happens is the developer buys another site, does a different project. I suggest you do it as rental, when you've had an ownership project, and you make your limitations so that it has to be in, a quarter of a mile or whatever type of parameter you put, that it has to be close to the market rate project.
Okay, so it has to be somewhere within the vicinity, is what you're saying.
And in fact, what I always write in everything when it's offsite is you can't create an overconcentration of very low and low income in one area. Mm-hmm. And there's a very specific definition for overconcentration.
And also on that, for it wasn't just, we did talk about the proximity in the present. I know there was a lot in the present, but there was also the point of like for like. So not building like this, high end, all these amenities, like, marble countertops, everything in the owner, and then not do this. You have to have similar, you're going to have similar sizes, similar finishes. Maybe it's not exactly the same finish, but you can't like have it be so different that you know which is affordable and which is not.
Okay. Well, there's something that seems exclusionary about that process.
Yeah.
It's like, we're going to put you here, but we're going to put you here. And so
I
No,
think
that's almost specifically true.
Yeah.
What it does is it gives you the potential. I'm not saying you should do it or shouldn't do it. It gives you the potential to get a deeper level of affordability without creating the constraint.
Right.
So
Because
if you
can
have a
rent
$1.5 million condo, do you really want to have $1.5 million condo as an inclusionary unit?
Right.
Now, Kathy, you had mentioned for say it is an owner occupancy development, but they could in one of the condo buildings have some of those units designated for affordable to rent.
Yeah.
Can you just talk to that a little bit, or do you have an example that maybe when we bring things back, we can say this is?
Sure. I mean, West Hollywood's been doing it forever. I mean, that's one of the things that they started doing when I've worked in West Hollywood for most of my career, which has been very long because I'm very old. But they started doing it a long time ago, and I thought it was really ridiculous, honestly. But it's worked for them. And I think what they have done is they established the requirement and they allow developers to either fulfill it with an ownership unit at moderate or as rental units at very low and low. And developers almost universally pick the rental option. And then the issue they've run into now over time is because they're scattered all over town, which is exactly what they wanted because they wanted dispersal. But there becomes a management issue after a while. Is the developer of a condominium project typically sells their units and then goes away. And so you need to make sure there's a management entity there to administer those affordable units.
And when you say management unit, is that like a housing authority or is that a private entity?
Well, I think what West Hollywood's been trying to put together is to get a nonprofit to come in and manage those units. But as it stands now, the way they've done it over time is just the developer is actually required to administer those affordable units.
Got it.
They made the choice to make them rental.
Okay.
They didn't have to.
All right. So higher percentage, these are just notes I was scribbling as we were talking, higher percentage versus sliding scale. So on some of the examples within your document, you've got, it's either a fixed number of 10, 30, whatever, or some of them, it seems to be a range, right? There's multiple. Can you talk about why cities would want to take that approach versus just a simple approach, as the mayor mentioned?
No, and I think, the issue is twofold. So the first issue you have to consider, and they work together, is what your threshold project size that generates a requirement. So if you establish, as I mentioned, a threshold requirement of 3 units, then you can't really impose an inclusionary housing production requirement on it on a financially feasible basis, because that means 1/3 of the project isn't affordable.
then we're not really helping ourselves. We're not creating the diversity within a neighborhood of having affordable units dispersed, right? They're just going to be concentrated in areas where we could do more. And so I'm just trying to wrap my head around that because
I totally get that. No, I totally get that. The problem though is in your areas where you've got the units that are 4 to 6 units, if you impose enough restrictions on those units, then no one's ever going to redo them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the issue. I mean, it seems like you have a couple of ways to go about this. Is if you had in lieu fees, you could use those fees to help incentivize developers to, when they redid it, to provide an affordable unit in it, if you had a money source. But just on its own, a 4 to 6 unit project with a 1 unit affordable requirement, you're just asking it not to be redone because they're already making money from it, even in its dilapidated state.
Right. And to be honest with you, that's a problem we already have with a good, more than 50% of our residents are renters and they're living in, housing that is falling apart, for lack of a better term, and it's because people are still getting really good high dollar rental rates and they're not reinvesting in those properties in general.
Exactly.
So I point taken. Thank you. All right. I have another, hold on. I'm just trying to go to your chart here. I think, okay. So that covers the threshold, I guess. All right. So, allowing a parcel to subdivide. So that's kind of like an in-between, I guess, between the on-site and off-site, right? It's like allowing you to be creative with the parcel size. And I guess the Foundry, if we had already had inclusionary zoning, that could have been a good example of something. Brandy, correct me if I'm wrong here, where it was 3 parcels being combined, but you could have possibly taken some of that and segmented it from the rest. I'm just using it as a.
It's certainly possible. I think that they even had a parcel. It was kind of the smaller parcel across the street. They could have, coordinated maybe in that way, or it could have been, what Kathy was mentioning that, I think you said West Hollywood has done like they could have taken some of those units, and as long as they had a management agreement, somebody who's going to manage it, you could have approved, certain number to be affordable rentals.
Got it. Okay.
In Pasadena,
you're right, because that was
by the way.
an ownership.
So you
project.
wouldn't have had to per se have a separate lot, but that's another.
down here. So there's been, we just recently finalized our ordinances related to ADUs and all the changes that have come through for the state. And my personal opinion is ADUs ideally, right, would be used for elderly parents or younger children, who have come back home, people who are either on a fixed income or a lower income strata. But some of the fears with the changes in Sacramento, right, are that they are automatically eradicating R1 neighborhoods by allowing ADUs and JADUs, multiple units to be on one parcel. In some cases, they're even trying to talk about parcelizing the property with, those units versus leaving it as one. And so going back to, the question that we were talking about earlier about the thresholds, right? I'm just wondering, and this is a worst case scenario where somebody clearly buys into an R1 and they want to put an ADU so that they can just rent it as a market rate unit, right? To me, that goes against how I see what ADU should be used for. Do you have any thoughts or comments just on that within the grand scheme of thinking about the inclusionary housing ordinance?
ADUs are tough because the state has been so prescriptive on what you have to do with them. You don't have as much flexibility. I'm not suggesting that an R1 project, unless it was a subdivision, which seems unlikely, any size, would be subject to the inclusionary. So I think like Davis uses ADUs to fulfill, they have inclusionary and they use ADUs as an allowable affordable housing use within their inclusionary with an assumption that even whether it's not restricted or not, it's moderate, which I think the state has taken that perspective as well, that you can treat ADUs as moderate income units, irrespective of whether grandma moves in and doesn't pay rent.
Okay. All right. Well, it's just something I feel like should be a part of this conversation somehow. I don't want it to kneecap what we're trying to accomplish in general, but I feel like we shouldn't lose sight of that, especially even though to some comments made earlier, this is not necessarily all about RENA, but that's always going to factor into things. And I would love to be meeting our obligations if we can under RENA and using ADUs as a part of that, So I'm just saying, Brandy, for you guys, I don't know how to bring it into the context of this conversation, but
yeah, I don't know that it can be done with inclusionary, but just so you know, one of the things, the ADUs, a portion of them can be counted towards your affordability, but you have to justify it. I want to say HCD has come up, or SCAG has come up with kind of a percentage or that could be utilized. We also have we've been doing an annual survey for those who've built ADUs to find out the affordability. So that way we were able to say, we have this many units that are in an affordable category, so we can utilize those to count towards. And so we kind of have that historic data and information. So that is allowed to be used towards the counting of it. But I don't know if you could require, if they're developing an ADU, I'm going to guess, the state's regulation. I'd have to have a conversation with our special counsel.
Brandy, you want me to mention a little bit about that? The counting of ADUs is really just based on trend. And so we have done some assumptions, and the specific methodology developed by HCD is that you do the annual average between 2018 and 2020, and then you can inflate it to some extent if you are providing incentives to encourage the development of ADUs, but the inflating of the trend has to be reasonable. And what we have done initially is to take a look at the survey that the city conducted and then identify, I think 3 out of 11 of the units responded to the survey. They came back as being rent-free for a certain number. I think I don't want to actually say 3. They came back as rent free because they're provided to family members. So we're using that proportion to assume those would be generally affordable.
Yes.
And so, and you could do other things to make affordable housing through ADUs. And since we mentioned Culver City a couple of times, they are one of the programs, I think that's going to come up in February as well, is to provide funding. Pasadena does the same thing. They provide funding to help the homeowners convert a garage or build ADUs or rehab certain areas to turn it into JADUs in exchange for affordability covenants. And Pasadena reduced their building fees up to about 70% if the owner agrees to sign an agreement for a 10-year affordability.
Interesting. But that'd be a little bit different. That'd be probably something separate than
inclusionary
housing ordinance. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you indulging me.
Brandy, if we have a number of ADUs that qualify as affordable that would go towards our arena numbers, we need to report that as soon as possible.
Oh yeah, we are. We have that. It's just we can't just say, oh, we've had an average of 20 to 25 units a year, and now we think that there's going to be a year. So it has to still be reasonable in with what that trend is, and then also reasonable what that trend is for the percentage of affordability. So we are, but the number is small compared to what our overall arena is.
So once you settle on what that number is, whether it's 1 or 10, when would you report that?
We would report it in we reported it, I think. Veronica, did we report it in our housing annual report last year? I think we did.
Yeah, you will have that's what we do in the annual progress report. That's what we do, reporting that. But that the ADUs and doing it in the trend base is basically for your arena site capacity analysis. So you're not necessarily like, let's say if you assume 25 a year in your capacity, and then you build only 20 a year. Then you just need to go back and make sure that you have enough buffer in your arena to make up what you actually didn't meet with the ADUs.
I don't know what that means. Do we have a number of affordable units as a result of our ADU ordinance that we will be able to report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. So you were looking for an analogy where they set aside certain numbers of affordable units. I think you mentioned West Hollywood. What comes to mind to me, even though it's not about housing, it's about the Coastal Commission requiring whenever hotels there, they set aside affordable units for affordable rooms for people to rent. I mean, that's one of the analogies. A little bit different, but I remember that. When we were looking at project back in a couple of years ago on the waterfront. Question for you. When you do an in lieu fee, Kathy, let's say you did an in lieu fee of, say, 3, anything that hits 3 or higher, what would that in lieu fee do? Like what percentage, you base it on percentage of the price of the units, or you just say a flat fee, and then
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then and then B, that sits in a fund and you use it to offset rental prices, for example, in town, rental subsidies for people. What do you do what do you do with that money?
Well, no, that's a really good question, because depending on how liberal you are with the use of in lieu fee, if it doesn't generate a lot of money, then you have to save up for a long time in order to produce a unit, right? Right. So, because especially on small projects, which I know I've been really harping on, you're not going to get the whole cost of 1 unit on a 3-unit project, because it's the same then as if it had been produced and it's still not feasible. Right. And so what I what I do is I create a sliding scale. Let's say we go to 20 units, just say 3 to 20. And then, so at 20 units, it pays the full in lieu fee. And at 3 units, it pays 3/20th of the in lieu fee.
So you're not talking a ton of money here.
Not talking a lot of money, no. And so, I mean, your other option is to set your threshold higher. Just so you're not subject to inclusionary at all until 8 or 10 units. So that's, that's the trade-off.
I don't like it. I mean, in theory, I like the idea of being able to help people afford something, and whether it's rent or ownership. But it's just another project for us to oversee in terms of the money, and you know, it just seems like it's a little bit bureaucratic. So I'm leaning kind of against in lieu fees. Let me ask you this, and you probably don't have this information, but I'll ask it anyway.
Okay.
The surveys that you've done, when people do set aside a certain number of units for affordable housing, is there a rough approximation on how much it raises the rates on the other units that are regular market rates?
Okay, so I'll give you the short answer, and then I'll give you the longer answer.
Okay.
I have never once known a developer who didn't charge as much money as he could for a market rate unit.
Right.
So the notion that the imposition of an inclusionary requirement will raise the prices of units on its face is not accurate. That's the short answer. The longer answer is, on a macroeconomic level, over time, if you assume supply and demand, and there's less supply and more demand, then the prices will go up. That's the argument. That's the argument the BIA will make. It's the argument you hear all the time. But the fundamental answer is, no one's charging less for a unit than they can get on the open market. They're just not. So being able to raise the price is just not a viable option.
Well, I just don't want the law of unintended consequences where we're setting aside things for affordable, and then all of a sudden the rates jump up because, you know, somebody's got to make a buck here, and they're going to figure out a way to add on top of the people that can afford to pay.
But they would do that if they could anyway, without
Probably right. Probably right. Yeah.
I mean, that's what they do. That's how they're.
This isn't a charity,
this
right?
is the inverse of trickle down.
Right.
So the notion that, you know, if you build enough housing, then it'll be naturally affordable. It's sort of I view this as exactly the inverse. And I've had this fight with the BIA for 30 years, is show me a developer who isn't charging as much as he can per unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I have regulations like we're talking about here to do this, to set it aside. Otherwise, you can't just assume that a developer is going to do it out of the goodness and charity.
No, I think we've proven that.
Yes, I think we have to. So one last question, that is, if we set 8 as a threshold and it's 10%, then it's automatically 1, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So you might want to set it at 10 instead of 8. We did this in Glendale where we went back and forth. It was 6, it was 8, it was 10, it was this, and we ended at 8. But
well, it's 12.5%
average
instead of 10%, right?
Okay.
Really? Yeah. I'm going to stick with 8.
Okay.
I think I'm going to say 10% with 8 or more, and then 8 to 19 at 20 units, 15%. And I'm going to say this is for houses, for ownership, I'd say, and then for 30 units, 20%. Which is, you know, we asked for 20. We asked for 20% of the 300 at 300 on the Galleria. So, go ahead, Kat.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to write it down. So you have an 8-unit threshold. At 20 units, it goes to 15, and at 30 units, it goes to 20.
Right. That's on houses and ownership. I'd say for apartments, 5% higher at each threshold. So
okay, I want to talk to you about that.
Okay.
Okay. AB 1505. Really means 15%. HCD wrote a guidance letter saying we meant 15%. And they meant 15% low, not 15% very low. And I would say this, for an on-site production requirement, I'm really going to hammer on AB 1505. For an off-site production requirement, go wild.
Okay.
I mean, really, HCD will be down in your business before we can finish this meeting.
So you said 15% for how many?
Just generally. That's the cap they put.
Okay.
For rental.
Really?
For rental.
So that's too high then.
But that's for rental, Todd. Todd, you got to understand that's for rental.
Okay. All right. So then it's got to be 15. Let's just do 15%. 10 or higher.
Okey-doke.
And I also would like for ownership and housing, I'd like it to be moderate because of all the other costs that are involved with it, and for rental low.
Okay, perfect.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Say that again. I missed that.
So for houses ownership, I'd like it to be moderate income standard because of the cost involved with saving for down payment, HOAs, et cetera. And for apartments, I'd say low. Can we do that?
Yep.
Okay. So, in perpetuity.
For both?
Yes.
For ownership too?
Yep.
Okay.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I think that's to the point of, because they're not able to build equity by investing more in it, then, and they won't recoup that, there's gonna be less of that ongoing maintenance.
It really is a problem.
Okay. So are you suggesting then a covenant period for?
Yeah, I mean, the most typical one is 45 years.
That's a long time.
It's a long time.
All right, 45.
And then in perpetuity for the rentals?
Yeah. Yeah, because, it's 40, after beyond 45 years, it's going to be the heirs of, it's likely not going to be somebody that starts building at 20 years old. It's going to be, they're going to give it to their heirs or whoever it is that inherits the property. Or I guess whoever buys it, right? So.
Right. No, it'll sell and resell as an apartment.
Yeah, right. So I'd say 45. And
45
then for ownership and then perpetuity for rentals.
Got it.
Yep. Okay, that fits in within the threshold and within the framework of what we're talking about. So that's where I'm at on this. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Kathy. I would just ask you to be mindful. I think Todd's doing a good job of whittling it down and distilling it out for us all, but he is one person of.
Oh, sure. No, I've written everybody's notes down. I had to go get another pad.
Yeah, I'm on multiple pages.
And that was the whole point of this. And as far as supply and demand goes for residential, supply and demand for development is not a natural law like, water boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a theory that falls apart when it comes to housing, because if supply and demand followed this theory, San Francisco, the most densely populated area in the entire state, would not be also the most expensive area in the
I agree.
So
I'm not disagreeing with that at all. In fact, I think that's a fundamental premise, is that people just move in. The more housing that comes in, you just have people moving in from out of the area.
Well, it has a lot to do with the city and what it offers, and
right,
all the way from jobs and industry to culture, and it's just not as simple as we're just build more and prices will go down.
No, well, I know I actually fundamentally disagree with that. You build more and the prices go down. And I do think, and I mentioned this in an early slide, it's really important to understand the market characteristics. And my financial analysis will deal with, with the strength of the market.
Well, tell that to Gavin Newsom, HCD, Scott Wiener, and everybody up in Sacramento, because they're just pushing market rate housing, thinking that somehow that's going to solve the affordability problems we have.
I will tell you, I've actually conversed with Scott Wiener about this issue.
Oh yeah, well, me and Councilmember Nierenheim sat in his office about it a couple of years ago.
No, he's
3 years ago.
He's a smart guy, but he's really dogmatic about that. I agree with you, and I think, if you just for a minute, we can't all be San Francisco.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think Todd means to still have his hand up. Let's take public comment. Are there any public comments on this issue, Vicki?
Yes, sir. We do have Holly Osborne that would like to speak on this item. Just a moment, I'll unmute her. Ms. Osborne, go ahead.
Okay, yes, all right. The last time this was presented, I said I understood none of it, and I understand about twice as much this time, okay? Now, a few slides back, I just want to ask some very simple questions. You said that in LA and Orange County, there were about half the projects were 3 or 3 or fewer units. So I just have a question. If you had a person, we have R3 zoning, and so, but usually there was only one house to begin with. So if you still had some little old lady living on an old house on an R3 lot, and they sell it, and a developer buys it, okay? Can you force him to make one inclusionary, or what's his motivation to do so? And if he does build 3 units, why can't he just make one smaller than the other 2? Okay? We make one like a starter home and make the other 2 big. Does anybody ever do that? That seems to me common sense.
I will tell you that in Santa Monica, what has happened with theirs, because it actually starts at 3, is you see a lot of duplexes.
Duplexes? I mean,
so they're 2 units on two. When you were allowed to build 3 units on the site, you see a lot of folks just building 2.
They're choosing to forego the 3rd unit.
Oh, I see. Oh, I didn't even think of that possibility. Okay. All right.
No, and in fact, no net loss really came into play in Santa Monica because there were a number of existing fourplexes, and they have rent control in Santa Monica. I won't belabor that. But so people would leave the apartment business and build a single family home on a 4-plex site rather than building another 4 units because they didn't want to trigger the inclusionary. But no net loss takes away that possibility.
Okay, you answered a question I didn't ask, but I feel a little smarter now anyway. Thank you.
No, sure.
Thank you, Holly. And speaking of no net loss, I'll point out Hermosa Beach lost a unit, went down a unit a couple of years ago. And what you're seeing now in some of these coastal areas is people are buying 2 lots, and they're building a house on one and building their backyard on another one. They're literally eliminating units.
Right.
In extremely wealthy areas. So anyway, any more public comments?
No, sir, there are none.
Okay, well, I guess it's just kind of a receive and file. Kathy, thank you so much. You really helped educate us. I know you'll be back. I know Holly will be back, and we'll all be here, and we'll whittle this down some more and maybe take a couple more meetings to get to the bottom of this and be able to actually implement something that makes sense to get some affordable housing in Redondo Beach, something the state of California is not helping with.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mayor, it sounds like we have some things that are consensus, like, it sounds like most of you are not interested in lieu. There were, a few mentions of the 8-unit minimum. So we'll kind of wrap our heads around what each of you had gone over and see where there's some consensus, see where there was some, where there's a little bit of wiggle room where either we can evaluate it with both, or we could just go ahead and bring it back to you and get some clarification on what you want.
Yeah, and then come to us with the actual ordinance, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're steps away from that.
Okay, great. Well, thank you again, Kathy. Thank you, Brandy. Really, really appreciate it. It's quite helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So, where are we here, folks? Okay, I guess we are at item number 6, discussion and possible action regarding the preparation of a public amenities master plan for King Harbor. Stephen Proud, lead us off.
Good morning, Mayor, or good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'll try to go a little bit easier on your brains than the last presentation.
Yeah, that was pretty helpful. This would be simple.
So we'll try to keep this a little more low key than that. I'm going to share my screen here for a PowerPoint presentation for you. Here we go. Can everyone see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, looks good.
Great. Okay, so we'll just kind of click through this here. We're here tonight to talk about the Public Amenities Master Plan, and it's really a result of a referral that was made to us by Councilmember Nierenheim to discuss the process for preparation of a Public Amenities Master Plan for King Harbor. This is something we've been discussing as staff, and the Harbor Commission has certainly been interested in this and has requested that the city prepare such a plan as part of their comments that they make on your strategic plan process. I haven't gone back and counted the number of letters, but I'm fairly certain it's been at least in the last 3 submittals that they've submitted to you for your consideration. As you all know, revitalization of the waterfront has been a policy objective of the cities, and that goes all the way back to the preparation and adoption of the Waterfront Asset Management Plan and the Harbor Enterprise Business Plan. And key to that effort is really the need to, and what's been incorporated in some previous proposals, is the need to upgrade and or replace several public amenities that exist within the harbor. And so we see a public amenities master plan as an opportunity to serve as a framework within which other revitalization efforts can occur, including the attraction of business investment into the waterfront area. Now, as we think about some of the public amenities, our past efforts have generally focused on individual public improvements. So if you think about the public boat launch facility and some of the workshops we had for that, or more recently, we started the process of doing some planning for the sport fishing pier, and we held some public workshops and met with the Harbor Commission on that project. But they've been individual projects, and there's really a need for us to consider a comprehensive plan that looks at the interrelationship and the placement of these various amenities. As we've thought about the zones and how far reaching this plan can get, our initial thought is the focus should be or could be on the area that generally goes from Portofino Way on the north to the end of the International Boardwalk on the south, kind of where Quality Seafood is. Now, that's not to say you couldn't incorporate other elements into the scope of the planning process. Certainly Moonstone Park is one area that's out there that would benefit from some either renewed planning or renewed conversation in the context of a larger public amenities master plan. So you're not constrained to that area, but a lot of the energy has been trying to figure out some of the interrelationships between the sport fishing pier, the public boat launch facility, and Seaside Lagoon. That seems to have been a central focus of a lot of the conversation as of late. What we see the plan allowing us to do is to identify those amenities that should be rebuilt or renovated, perhaps where those amenities should ultimately be located, and most importantly, what recreational and operational elements should be included in their design. We started to have some of those conversations relative to the sport fishing pier. What kinds of programmatic elements and recreational elements did the community want to see? And so that conversation has started a little bit, but it'll ultimately need to be expanded as we start to look at each of these individual public amenities. Along that line, the plan could include some items, and this is not intended to be a comprehensive list. The list could be shorter, the list could be longer. Ultimately, here in another couple of slides, we're going to recommend that you send this to the Harbor Commission for their consideration. But it could include such things as the location and design of the public boat launch facility. We've spent a lot of time, held multiple workshops on that topic. Certainly that's something we'd like to get resolved as part of this process. The location and programmatic elements of a sport fishing pier, the use, the design, and layout of the Seaside Lagoon, the waterfront promenade that connects Mole C to the Horseshoe Pier, and that would include improvements for pedestrian experience and has practical applications in terms of reducing the flooding along the International Boardwalk that occurs during high tides and king tides. As you get into the area of the International Boardwalk, replacement of the Basin 3 docks is currently on our capital improvement plan as something we need to start working on. We'd like to make sure we have the ultimate configuration of those correct. The location and design of a dinghy dock to serve the harbor mooring field. And then finally, the location and design of a hand launch facility, which could include the consideration of a zero depth launch option or other configurations for the hand launching facility itself. Now, this planning effort isn't an inexpensive effort, and preparing the plan requires the services of a marine engineering firm as the lead consultant. I did reach out as part of the preparation for this item and talk to a couple of firms. Without having a final scope of work or a defined scope of work, but just generally describing what we think we're trying to achieve here, to just get a rough estimate on what would something like this effort cost us. And interestingly, most of them came in somewhere around the number of $200,000 to $250,000. And so, I think a lot of that is driven by the fact that these are unique facilities in a marine environment. And so while we won't ultimately be engineering them to final plans and specs, there will still have to be some technical work that's done to make sure we understand that the siting and the location of the various facilities is going to be acceptable and work for us. So if we move forward with this item, if you approve our continuing to move forward with this item tonight, what we would first do is seek input from the Harbor Commission regarding the scope of work. As I said earlier, this scope of work could be very broad. The harbor encompasses a lot of area. How much of that do we want to try to include into this initial effort of planning and putting this master plan together? And I think it's important for us to have that input from the Harbor Commission as the first step. Once we've been able to do that and refine that scope of work down, we would prepare a draft request for proposals that we would bring to you for your consideration, and then release that out into the professional community to see what kinds of responses we get for that. It's important to note that this work effort was not included in our fiscal year 2021 work plan, and consequently it also wasn't included in our budget. We scaled back our professional services budget fairly heavily as part of this budget year, recognizing that we were going to be challenged in the tidelands and the uplands funds. And so this is not money that's currently programmed in our budget. As we looked around for ways that we could possibly fund this effort, there is an opportunity to perhaps redirect funding that's currently allocated to two capital improvement projects, one related to the design of the sport fishing pier, and the second one related to the design of the Basin 3 seawall. Those two projects currently have approximately $290,000 still remaining in those accounts that could be used to help us underwrite this. In order to do that, we'd need to make some budget adjustments, and we could present those to you as part of a mid-year budget review. So what we're looking for tonight is really for you to receive and file this report on the process to develop the Public Amenities Master Plan, and perhaps more importantly, direct us to obtain input from the Harbor Commission on the master plan scope of work, and then prepare a draft request for proposals from qualified marine engineering firms for your consideration and authorization of release. So that concludes my presentation, and I will stop sharing my screen, and I am happy to take any other questions. I know I worked on this very closely with Assistant City Manager Mike Wasansky, so we're both available, as well as Ted Simon, if you have any particular Public Works questions to tackle anything that you may want to ask us.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Appreciate everything you've done, and yeah, it certainly makes sense to get started on a master plan of recreational amenities. It's long overdue, and it's a different approach than Redondo's taken in the past. In the past, Redondo's just been looking to a big development plan to come in and work around what the community wants. Here we start with what the community wants and make it clear to private development what we're looking for and what we want to see, and that we, get it going on our own, do our part, which we were going to have to do anyway. So makes a lot of sense letting Harbor Commission weigh in on the scope. Just a reminder, right? This is just the scope. This isn't details about what's going to happen, just the scope, and have Harbor Commission weigh in and come back to us. So sounds like a good recommendation. Thanks, Stephen. Councilmember Lone.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. Thanks, Stephen, as well. So I had some thoughts in terms of the scope. I'll make some recommendations. This would be including but not limited to all the recreational amenities west of Harbor Drive and in the pier area. So that would be Seaside Lagoon and the surrounding park. It would be the boat ramp, a boat ramp. It would be the Basin 3 docks, a sport fishing pier, hand launch boat ramp, dinghy dock, Moonstone Park, and then within that or near there, the outrigger canoe club, something to take care of the outrigger canoe clubs, the bike path, since that's what, on Harbor Drive or west of it, a pedestrian promenade, like I think you pointed out, which would be anywhere between Mole Sea and Quality Seafood area. And finally, a water education facility, kind of like Sea Lab or a white sea bass facility. So the way we could see it is a process, not necessarily just going to the Harbor Commission, but a team, forming a team. So you'd have a consultant, you'd have somebody from your staff, Stephen, a representative from the Harbor Patrol, and a subcommittee from the Harbor Commission. They could determine, who would represent them. And you can make it so it's not a really long process. We looked at 12 to 18 months in the staff report. I think that's a really long process. I'd like us to get some type of a win at the beginning, some type of a single. So it could be a plan for the Seaside Lagoon or something in the first couple of months, maybe months 1 to 3. Beyond that, I want to involve the public as well too. So I'd like the public to have some input, some type of a workshop, and also to get feedback from them. After 3 months, you could have the team that is comprised of all those people to come back with some community feedback. And, again, another public workshop and feedback to the community in months, maybe 4.5 months. And then that team could provide some feedback to the General Harbor Commission, and the Harbor Commission could refine it and then present it to the council in, say, 6 months. So I know that's more than you might have asked for in terms of scope, but I'd like it so that it's not killed in commission. I'd like this to be some, representatives of different stakeholders, whether it's the commission or the Harbor Patrol, and obviously the public is involved in it. So that's kind of what my thoughts are on this. If we just put it over to the Harbor Commission, that could take a while, quite honestly. So that's where I'm at.
Well, I thought, Steve, you were talking about sending this to the Harbor Commission at the next meeting and then returning to us, and then us deciding the scope and then going from there.
Yeah, I think that's actually what our recommendation is. Our hope is that, we could flesh out just in the way you just sort of described, hey, here are the kinds of things we'd like to see included. And we could, and I've already given the Harbor Commission notice at their meeting last night that this is coming in February, so that we can start thinking about this. Would hopefully with a dedicated meeting be able to try to craft what would be the scope of work that goes into the RFP, because the challenge will be, making sure that we can bring the appropriate expertise on board in terms of our consultant team, and that's going to be key to have a fairly tight scope of work so they understand what it is and so they can price it accordingly. So that's really that process.
But initially, you're talking about going to the Harbor Commission in February and getting their input on the scope, and then come back to us, finalize the scope. Then you can go to the consultants and get an RFP quickly, and then come back to us for approval.
That's correct. That's the process that we're recommending. Yes.
And what I heard from Councilman Lowenstein, though, is all potentially very viable after we bring on our facilitating engineer. And we could then have a working group. We could then have the public workshop. We could do those things. But we do, first and foremost, to expedite this, we need to bring on our coastal expert, our coastal engineer. That's going to take us a few months, even with an immediate review by the Harbor Commission. We could be back to you with a draft RFP in March. You would need to take some action at mid-year at your February meeting to appropriate the funds for the effort. We could then release the proposal. We'll need to have an evaluating committee determine which engineering firm we want to recommend to you all for a contract approval. Then we're going to need to execute a contract with that firm. So that is in part what's going to take some of the initial time. Once we get there and we bring that contractor on board, you all are going to have to decide what exactly is their scope of work. Does that include public workshops? Does that include a commission review, a working group that's going to try to help expedite this, facilitate the review? All of that can be built into that process, but we've got to first focus on getting our expert here and getting them under contract.
Well, I think we could still do that. My only concern is that if this takes, 18 months from start to finish, that's a really long period of time before we can actually accomplish anything. And that's just the recommendations of the plan. I mean,
you're right. That is a challenge, and I do think the working group suggestion you make could help expedite some of the preparation of the draft master plan. That could help with that, but I don't know if we're going to be able to short circuit getting the coastal expert on board. That's going to take. I mean, we've got to follow our own steps to execute the contract.
Well, and when I say, months 1 to 3, that doesn't mean 1 to 3 months from now. I'm just thinking,
right.
Once you get your consultant, then you could get this team formed with a consultant, and whether it's the whole Harbor Commission or a subcommittee or whatever it might be. I also think the Harbor Patrol should be involved in this as well, too. I think that's important as well. So,
yeah, and our staff working group would include, it would likely include fire safety, as in Harbor Patrol. It would include members of the Public Works Department from an engineering standpoint. I mean, it would be a fairly broad staff team that would be involved in this effort. These are big, pivotal amenities.
Okay, so you think time frame to come back to us after all this is probably March? April
with the draft RFP, yeah, for authorization release. I mean, that's what we're looking at. I think that what's the Harbor Commission meetings, second Monday in February, Stephen?
It is, and if they can get through it all in one meeting, which I think they can, then we can take that away and start to draft. If for some reason that goes to 2 meetings, then obviously, that just adds a month right there. So, I mean, we could do a special if we wanted to try to come back in a couple of weeks like we've done in the past. But our goal and what I articulated to the commission last night was, we're coming tonight essentially to ask you sort of the public policy question, is this something you want to do? And do you want to turn us loose on this effort? And if the answer was yes, then we'd come right to the Harbor Commission immediately and start having that conversation.
Okay, well then, yes, for me. Obviously, if we read all this, then obviously, yes for me. So, okay, that's what I had to say.
Okay, great, thanks. I guess in the interest of hitting a single, I mean, we all know we got to redo the Seaside Lagoon, so there might be some adjustments to location and stuff, but it seems like that's something we could get going on without waiting for this entire other process to unfold. Something to consider going forward.
Yeah, it's something to consider. I mean, I will say, when we've thought about conversations related to the boat ramp, for example, we've tried to think about how we might be able to do some facility sharing, using the bathrooms perhaps at the lagoon that could also do double duty for the boat ramp. Those are those kinds of interrelationships that we want to flesh out as part of this process. So we're not creating a boat ramp that has to have a bathroom. We have a Seaside Lagoon that has to have a bathroom. We've got to, we can try to share some of those facilities and perhaps reduce our overall cost of creating some of these amenities. So just one example.
Excellent. Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, so within the scope of what I'm seeing here, the entire conversation always comes back down, and it has for the last 20 plus years with the boat launch ramp. So scope number one is find that spot, nail it down, put that proverbial flag into the rocks where we're going to put that boat launch ramp. That's job number one. Then we essentially design around that, because that's really going to be the sticking point. And Mr. Pratt, to what your points are, what you just talked about, the amenities that are included or a part of the boat launch ramp, then it's going to be part of the Seaside Lagoon. That's going to kick off Seaside Lagoon requirements, what we can do with Seaside Lagoon. And when it comes to batting some singles, I think Moonstone Park is a great first hit that we can take. We can land someone on a base. We can make that happen. And there's money sitting there. There's plans sitting there. Whatever we do out there, however big or small, won't impact the rest of the harbor. If there's nothing major out there that we're going to be doing. And Seaside Lagoon is way more complicated, but Seaside Lagoon, that dependency is really based upon the boat launch ramp. And sports fishing pier, exactly the same thing. I'm very concerned with a contractor coming in. Contractors come in and tell us things that we already know, If we're seeking public input, I think some sort of design contest to the public with, other people have done that with master plans and parks with some sort of fee award, like first place, second place, etc. Things like that. That gets a phenomenal amount of community input from a plan and consumer choice, what you want, what they want to see. So if somebody wants to get a architected design or designs, hey, we want to put this here, is what we're envisioning. We've done a lot of these kinds of designs in 2007, 2008 with the Seaside Lagoon, with the water parks ideas. When it comes to timeline, immediately go to the Harbor Commission. I fully agree with Councilmember Lowenstein's timeline that he had written down. What is it, Stephen? What do you say in regards to the boat launch? Because that to me is the number one thing. We find a place for that. We can start designing that, amenities on that, and kind of go from there.
Yeah, I mean, it probably makes some sense. We've actually done the most legwork on that particular project. I don't know how many different iterations we've drawn and locations we've evaluated. So that could start to set the framework. I think from our perspective, and maybe to go to Councilmember Lowenstein's point, is there is a conversation, I think, that starts with the community before we start with the very first piece, to make sure we understand those elements that are important and what kinds of features they are going to expect to see in those, so that when we do start that process. But the boat ramp is key. It's probably, after Seaside Lagoon, it's the most land intensive use that we're going to have to have to work with. And we're going to have to figure out how all of those different components work with these pieces themselves. So certainly the good news in this process is we've done a lot of work on that project. We started to do a lot of work on the sports fishing pier. So we do have some things that we can draw on in terms of work that's already taken place. But yeah, that's an important piece, and it's a linchpin to allowing other things to happen in the harbor, because it's the gatekeeper in terms of any new development occurring or any new activity, commercial activity happening down there. So yeah, a key piece that I certainly think would be important for us to focus on.
And we've done, like you said, we've done so much work on the boat launch ramp, sports fishing pier. We had all those open meetings. We've had so much public input. I don't know how much more public input quite honestly we need. I think at this point in time, let's make a decision by June where we want to put that that boat launch ramp. We have access to everywhere in the harbor now where we would really need it, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was why we negotiated the deal we negotiated with Joe's Crab Shack, was to help provide some additional flexibility so that either we could look at that location, we could look at the Mold D location, and it gave us two options for which we now have site control for. So I do think that when we get to the point where we've completed the plan, that's a project that we would like to think could roll immediately into implementation.
Right. I agree. So I know we're going to have some public comment here. I see it all happening. So those are my overall plan, and I really want to see, when it comes to the public input, when it comes to just a location, number one, for the Joe's Crab for the boat launch ramp, done by June at the latest. There's no reason why we shouldn't be making a decision on that by June. And then after that, sports fishing pier, and where we're going to put sports fishing pier, and then all the amenities that are included with those three items really. Seaside Lagoon, and then Moonstone Park is a separate single item that we can start designing and going down the path of immediately. So, and we have designs for that right now already, right? Our ideas out there.
Yeah, there was work that was done for Moonstone Park. Again, work that we can, dust off, and we would certainly want to take that probably out for, another round of public review. It hasn't been reviewed by the public since I've been here. So, that would be something we'd certainly want to re-engage people in that conversation and make sure that work is still relevant to them.
Yep. Agreed, 100%. Okay, so those are my comments. We're willing to go from there. And yeah, rent out some of those spaces down there, like Ruby's and on the rocks.
I'll just remind everybody, Chevron gave us $2.3 million about 10 years ago, which is just sitting there. And it was for, these sorts of amenities. So the money's sitting there, it's getting stale, inflation's eating it up. And there's really no reason why we couldn't tap it for things like this. That's what it's there for. A bunch of designs were done for Moonstone Park, which did not move forward for a variety of reasons, but could certainly be dusted off. But there is $2.3 million sitting there that has not been touched and could easily be used for these sorts of planning efforts. So anyway, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I would, well, I'm glad to hear, Stephen, that you want to draw on the work that's taken place, because there's well over 15 years of public input and actually, if you even just go back to the EIR for the previous project, there's an enormous amount of public input. I'm sure you can get a little bit more, but I think, everything under the sun is in that document as it relates to what people want in the waterfront. Clearly, when I served on Harbor Commission, the Joe's Crab Shack area was studied, and there will be, issues with that, just like there'll be issues with anywhere. But that's going to be some good documentation to look at right away and start with. I mean, we were on our way to having a DBAW grant for that, and then it all went to hell in a handbasket. So I would agree. I don't agree that Seaside Lagoon is the low-hanging fruit or hitting a single. I would agree with the latter statement that Moonstone Park is, if you're going to do anything. Though, that was another thing that the Harbor Commission back in 2013, 2014, had looked at and then, was kind of changed and modified. So if you're going to start with, drawing on previous work that was done, I would do that as a part of any process. That's it.
Okay. I guess not see any more hands up. We'll go to the public. Are there any public comments on this, Vicki?
Yes, the first public speaker is Mr. Roger Carlson.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Roger.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for your time. So I'm excited the council's working this issue again. Excuse me. And I just want to say, I think the Harbor Commission is a good place to work next steps. I'm biased. I'm on the Harbor Commission. But for those who don't know, who are listening in, the Harbor Commission charter requires that the commissioners each have a certain skill set. We've got a good set of skills right now, a good set of people, and I think it's a really functional commission. I think we work well together and we can do a good job on this. And also at this time with COVID, where we can't have, public meeting, public workshops, I'm really eager for us to start doing our homework so that when things do open up and we can have these workshops, we're ready to, we've got stuff refreshed and stuff to present. As far as base hit versus master plan, I like Moonstone Park as a base hit. It's something that's been, planned out and budgeted, as people have said. It hasn't come up in my time on the commission. I haven't seen those plans. So yeah, maybe it does need a refresh. The other possible base hit I would pick would be the boat ramp, just because it is such a big monument. Once you set a monument that big, you can start working other things around it. I know we've had lots of public comment on all the puzzle pieces. I've read all the public comment on the sport fishing pier. That got a lot of public comment just because it was the most recent thing to open, and so many people chimed in and put everything, including the kitchen sink, into that plan. And Councilmember Horvath, yeah, I was also thinking of the EIR. I remember reading that whole document and how much went into it. So I think we've gotten public comment on every single one of the puzzle pieces. And I'm really eager to try to put together a master plan and give the public, a bigger picture to throw darts at, come back to some workshops with that as soon as we can. So thanks a lot. I appreciate this topic finally coming up.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you for your time and effort into this. You've been doing it a while now.
Thanks.
Okay, next speaker is James Light. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thanks for the time tonight. This is a topic that's near and dear to my heart, and I think it's near and dear to the whole commission's heart. As Director Proud has said, we've been pushing to get an integrated plan for the harbor area for quite some time, and I think the amenities are the best place to start. I would ask that we expedite this. I personally don't think we need to go back to the commission for scope. I think we just need to start moving out on this, and I would prefer you just start working on that RFP for a consultant and then move forward. I totally support what Todd said, or Councilman Lowenstein said about forming a small team with city staff, and I agree with the Harbor Patrol being in there, and a subcommittee from the Harbor Commission so that we can meet between Harbor Commission meetings and make progress without doing the Brown Act. The scope from an amenities perspective, I think Councilman Lowenstein, there's nothing I would add to what he put in there. So I think that's a no-brainer scope from that perspective. I don't think that we should start with public input. As multiple people have said tonight, we've got tons and tons of input. I do think what I don't want to see out of this process is, what we saw with either the boat ramp or the sport fishing pier, where I think we wasted a lot of time. And that's why I think a small team focused working together on putting out a straw man for people to shoot at is more effective than going behind closed doors and coming out with something that's not going to work or presenting something immature to the public. I mean, with the sport fishing pier, we got so much input from the public, we will never meet everybody's requirement. So I'd rather have them shoot darts at what we think should be on there than just put out a laundry list of everything everybody wants. And then with the boat ramp, I think we could have circumvented one bad round of designs by sitting down ahead of time with the city staff and the consultant to prevent some dead ends that wasted some time that we didn't need to. So I think, getting get the RFP out, pick your consultant, get that small team together, and give them some milestones. I like the 6-month window, 3 months to your first public workshop. So you have at least one, but maybe a couple plans for the public to input to. And then you go to 75% of that 6 months and have a second plan back, and then go to invite the whole Harbor Commission to that, make that joint session, and then come back at month 6 and let the full Harbor Commission make final recommendations. If you want to separate something, I would have it in parallel, because a lot of us want to see change down there. We've been working this for years. If you want to break something out in parallel, I think Moonstone Park is the best. I think, while picking.
Motion to extend.
Motion. There's a second.
Second.
All right. Any opposition? How much longer?
30 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think placing the boat ramp is important. There's so many moving parts between the boat ramp, the Seaside Lagoon, parking, and the amenities that you have to provide to support those, that I don't think you can pick out one without affecting the other. So I'd rather see those three handled together. So if you're going to pick something out, I would say Moonstone Park. And with that, I conclude my comments. Appreciate the chance to talk to you all.
Great. Thanks for showing up. It's great when the Harbor Commissioners actually appear at the council meeting. The more you guys do that, the better. And the more commissioners that show up with their opinion, the better. It really is very helpful. So, okay.
Okay, next speaker is Mark Hansen.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to kind of narrow my comments because you guys, the Harbor Commission, you guys are both doing such a great job. I sent you a short letter for tonight. Basically what I did is I took that great 5-page document from the Harbor Commission from the strategic plan, and you could clearly see that staff did a great job of looking that over and adopting most of it. Two things that I happened to notice that weren't carried over from the Harbor Commission comments to the admin report tonight. One was a recommendation by the Harbor Commission to extend the southeastern break wall, the short inner pierside break wall, to reduce swell and surge in the harbor. They kind of repeated that comment later, saying repair outer break walls and work with the Corps of Engineers to extend the southern break wall to reduce surge and direct swell impact in the southern area of the harbor. The reason I want to highlight that one is when we look for a location for the boat ramp, you'll probably all recall the history. For years, we talked about having a surge mitigation breakwater inside the harbor, breakwater in the harbor, which was going to take up a lot of maneuvering area. And as we went from Moffitt Nickel over to Noble Consultants, they pointed out that it was really deep out there. And by the time you put all those in, it was going to get so expensive. It wasn't making any sense. It was better just to live with some damage once in a while, could consider that part of the cost of doing business. That was certainly an eye-opener for me. There's been talk for quite some number of years now about the idea of, hey, should we extend that southeastern breakwall to provide some protection? It doesn't cost a lot to have the engineers simply look at that and show us, if we extended it, where would it mitigate the swells, and that might have an impact on our decision about the location of the boat ramp. So please consider that when we talk to the consultants. The second thing that I noticed didn't get carried over was comments from the Harbor Commission to develop and implement a comprehensive, integrated, resident-approved plan for the entire Redondo Beach waterfront, the harbor and pier areas, including AES and SCE sites. And then they also said provide for massed-up boat storage, including large keel boats on trailers, SUPs, power boats, and small craft storage, potentially on the AES property. The reason I want to emphasize this is, now that the state says you got to build a boat ramp, well, once we get a boat ramp, it'd be purely good self-preservation on our part to have storage close to it so we don't have all the boats going back and forth through the whole city. It's also just a great amenity. If you're going to have a boat ramp, you really need boat storage. And I'll point out that the very same paragraph in the Coastal Act that the Coastal Commission used to tell us you got to have a boat ramp, right in it, it says boat ramp, and then it says dry storage. So on any given day of the week, Coastal Commission could notice, just like when they noticed we never lived up to our responsibility to build a boat ramp, they could notice that we didn't build storage either. So it's 15 seconds.
Is there a motion? Yeah, go ahead.
Motion to extend.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Any rate, it's smart to do it self-preservation on traffic. It's the right thing to do, and if it could be ordered any day of the week. So I think that's something good to again talk to the consultants about. So those are the only two little items I wanted to bring to your attention. Otherwise, I think everybody's doing a great job. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Thanks for your continued involvement.
Okay, we have several e-comments, so we'll ask Kateria to start reading those.
First e-comment is from Wayne Craig. I am pleased to see the city finally taking steps to improve and revitalize our harbor after 4 years of delays, created by lawsuits that were completely avoidable. If only our city council listened to residents 4 years ago, then we would already be enjoying the improvements we all want. As more court rulings throw out the ridiculous lawsuit claims of Redondo Beach Waterfront LLC, aka Center Cal Properties, let's continue to move forward. We all hope the City Council can this time listen to our residents to take steps to revitalize, not supersize our harbor, and focus on recreational activities that will be a strong economic driver for our city instead of a shopping mall. The next comment is from Alan Sanford. We all know our waterfront is special, and we've learned that local character alongside economic viability is the winning combination. Both ends of the spectrum seem no longer acceptable. Large development from outside developers nor neglect of an area that needs significant investments. The public has entrusted you to make progress, to learn from past relationships, mistakes, and successes, and to take full advantage of the downtime that COVID is providing to move this area forward expeditiously. Beach Life Festival $6 million into the local community. While I'm sure that a third-party consulting firm would excel at outlining the technical requirements necessary as it relates to the boat ramp, a potential sport fishing pier, etc., I believe we've learned that what is equally important is finding a solution that is based on the creativity and spirit of local knowledge that comes from a stakeholder approach, and that will be around long after the consulting agreement is finished. A potential proposal. direct the Harbor Commission to engage any and all individuals or groups in the community to, and come back with 2 to 3 viable top-level plans. Creative, community-minded, viable, within a 60 to 90-day period. Spend another 30 to 60 days with a third-party professional survey to get public feedback, and then engage a consulting firm to validate those ideas. Essentially, this proposal would be a reverse-engineered plan, precisely opposite of the current discussion where we would lean on an outside firm to tell us what we want. Beach Life is very engaged and interested in optimizing the waterfronts. We are local stakeholders, and we are ready and willing to contribute to the conversation to move this issue forward in the near future, and not in the next 10 years. While we are not opposed to your current discussion, please be mindful that in the traditional business sphere, consulting is usually a last-ditch option, not an optimal preference. The next e-comment is from Lee Kohler. As a King Harbor boater, I support the improvements in the harbor, and that should include expanding the breakwall, providing for mass-step storage, perhaps at the AES site, and locations to launch personal watercraft such as SUPs. I would also like to see dingy rocks in every basin. If you go to many harbors in the area, there are multiple dingy docks, allowing a boater to hop in their dingy, tie up near their favorite restaurant to get a bite to eat. Simply having one dock by the host is not adequate. Lee Kohler, Redondo Beach resident and boater. The next comment is from Michael Sachs. Please ensure District Number 2 has a pathway in approving what changes occur in the waterfront or power plant area. If District Number 2 is not supportive of any future plan, it will not pass. District Number 2 will feel the brunt of any negative effects from changes, whether it be traffic, noise, or view degradation. We have to make sure District Number 2 is on board early in this process before we go down the long road of approval and implementation again. And the next comment is from Eugene Sullivan. The Harbor Commission had extensive discussions on a sport fishing pier with consultants and renderings. Could we use this analysis as a starting point? I also believe similar discussions have already been had regarding a boat ramp and the formatting at different moles. Seems we could shrink the timeline of many items already examined. And that is it. Thank you.
Mayor, I do have one more public comment coming on Zoom. Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Sure.
that's Joan Irvine would like to speak on this item. Just a moment, please. Ms. Irvine?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, I had to unmute. I would just like to make one comment, and it's not a prepared comment because I just started listening and was really unaware of some of the details. You know, I find it very disheartening that so many people, including myself, probably close to over 10 years ago, really did a lot of work on this. Everybody agreed to Center Cal. Center Cal was going to come in. We weren't going to have to spend our money. You know, it was we had to do some things, but a vast amount of it, $400 million, was going to be coming from them. And that got, put down by a number of people, including a number of people who were at your meeting. And now, and one of the things that was said is that it wasn't going to cost any more tax money. It wasn't going to cost any more tax money. All of a sudden, we're redoing everything. So much of us put our heart and souls into 10 years ago. And you're just redoing and wasting a lot of people's times. So that's just my comment. You're wasting your time. It's costing us citizens a lot, and it's not like we have a lot of money right now. So that's my comment. Not going to change anything, but I think history is important to know when people are taking a look at this. Thank you very much. And also thank you for the work you're all doing, during this just very hard time.
Okay, any other comments?
That concludes public comments, sir.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
All right, thank you, Mayor Brand. Okay, so before I craft a motion here, let me go over a few things real quick. Mr. Proud, a couple questions for you. So when you say scope of work and priorities, I'm just going to list off a few for you that I see as priorities, and Mike, you can jump in here too. So obviously, boat launch ramp, sports fishing pier, the Moonstone Park as a separate item, Seaside Lagoon and Park, hand launch boat ramp, the digging dock, Basin 3 dock, sea level rise, et cetera, in the docks, that whole Basin 3 area. Bike path upgrades as needed. The pedestrian promenade, and that's the public portion of the improvements, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think that list is probably, pretty much most of the stuff that we would expect would be addressed as part of this particular effort. The bike path is an interesting question, in terms of, to the extent we create some other pathways. I mean, our intent is to go back out and look at the Harbor Drive bike path. And it does get a little challenging as we try to make that bike path connection from where, it sort of enters into the site and then comes out the other end at Torrance Circle. We can certainly look at, it will be a part of the discussion of the plan, because we'll be looking at some of the existing amenities that are there today and trying to understand how those could be changed or adapted to move forward. But that's a relatively new amenity, and I don't think it's something we'd want to revisit the entirety of the harbor.
And I would add that I don't think we're talking about the bike path on Harbor Drive. I think we're talking about connectivity from the end of Harbor Drive down to Torrance. Right. The concern with that, and that's why we mentioned pedestrian and bicycling circulation, is that ultimately that is going to play a very significant role in the frontage of any sort of parking structure conversation. So if we move beyond the International Boardwalk and the promenade that connects basically Mole C with the boardwalk, and we get into that upper boardwalk pedestrian circulation biking area, I think it's going to get more complicated. So
okay.
my suggestion,
that's what I wanted to hear.
That might be a phase 2 effort. I think it's going to get a little more cumbersome when we start delving into that.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that, and I don't. I want to break this up into 2 pieces. I want to, and everyone's got to bear with me a little bit, because I want to be able to draw up. I think Commissioner Light said a good word here of straw man plans, and I want to choose a location for the boat launch ramp location first, then work on the sports fishing pier, and and then start drawing the amenity plans from there. But we put our stake in the ground for the boat launch ramp. That's the most important thing. And then from there, we start, like I said, the Seaside Lagoon, sports fishing pier, hand launch ramp, dinghy dock, all those kinds of things kind of start falling down from there as a second phase of the plan. Stephen, do you think we need a consultant to find us the location for the boat launch ramp? We've got the plans, we've got the locations, we've got a ton of public input. I think.
Yeah. Can I jump in on that, Stephen, real quick? The one thing that is important here that is maybe being missed is this consultant isn't going to come in and provide us pretty pictures and drawings and designs. That's not what we're going to be asking of them. We're going to be asking for the sort of the geographic planning, the sort of technical sizing that has to occur. You mentioned the boat ramp. And I think Jim may have said this as part of his remarks, but ultimately the boat ramp, the lagoon, and the sport fishing pier, there's so much interrelationship there with the sizing and the sort of geographic placement of those amenities that they really have to be discussed and considered together. And what a marine engineer is going to do is help us with the technical relationship. We've got parking requirements. We have some of those are immediate parking concerns. Some of those are overflow. We have new considerations with Measure C that have to be evaluated that really haven't had a lot of that we haven't discussed as it relates to maybe massaging the location of the lagoon, maybe moving it a little bit, shifting it to make room for the boat launch ramp, or sharing amenities or flipping them. There's a lot there that has to be looked at. And while we can all talk about it because we've all lived it and we've heard, multitude of comments over the years, we do need somebody to facilitate and sit down, put pen to paper, and look at that spatial relationship and make sure it works within the technical confines of the waterfront. So that's why we're strongly suggesting consult. It's not about pretty pictures. It's not about visioning for the necessarily the recreational amenity that is going to exist within each of these structures. It's how are we laying this out? And then what are our order of magnitudes for costing? We need some construction expertise to help us understand cost as we delve into this. So, yeah, we're not expecting pictures out of this. It's really,
Yeah, no, I'm not expecting that either. What I'm looking for is a framework, black and white, so to speak, framework. This is where we're going to put the boat launch ramp. This is how big it's going to be. And then this impacts the sport fishing pier and the seaside lagoon. So what I'm looking for is to get within 6 months, or actually, I'm not saying 6 months of now, but really, let me look at my timeline here. Within 3 months of choosing a contractor to have that first phase done, meaning first phase is the boat launch ramp, sport fishing pier, seaside lagoon, the technicalities done. Is that sound feasible to you, Mike and Steven?
Well, I guess I would say, I think that could be a challenge in the sense that maybe to the extent that, and I think it was Jim, and I think Commissioner Light and Councilmember Lone are kind of creating kind of a concept that I think is a workable concept, which is a small group that creates this straw man kind of, that sits down at a technical level and maybe just lays out some options that work from a technical perspective, but then you're going to have to get that back out into the community. And I will tell you, and I will tell you, in one of the things that Commissioner Carlson raised as an issue, and it was brought up by a couple of the consulting firms that I brought up, is doing public workshops in the COVID era. Now, we may be able to do that. Hopefully, 2, 3, 4 months from now, we may start to see some opportunities that we didn't have 2 or 3 months ago when I was having this conversation. But you're going to have to go through that process to really start to get those 3 pieces figured out, because I do agree with what Mike said. They are so integrated with one another that it's really hard to divorce one from the other. If you just designed a boat ramp, we would be going down the same path.
Steven, I totally understand what you're saying and totally agree with you. That's why I'm saying I'm going to lump those 3 now together as the first phase and create those straw man concepts, because you can't just have a kid out there coming, I want this here, this there, and that, and with pretty pictures. And then, like you said, Mike, you got to have the technical details behind it, the requirements, the costing, and so on and so forth, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And those 3 things really, in our view, from staff's perspective, have to be first in helping us then eventually expand the plan out, because we can't solve anything down there until we solve the juxtaposition of those 3 amenities.
Okay. Steven, months to create. I mean, listen, we're not going to sign a contract until March, right?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge
is probably too aggressive, candidly. I mean,
right. That's what I'm saying.
If we don't go back to the commission and we just start drafting the RFP based on what we know today, we could be back to you all probably maybe.
Well, can I just jump in? Because I heard Commissioner Light's recommendation to skip the commission process. I would strongly recommend against that, and I'll tell you why. You then heard from Mark Hansen, who talked about a comprehensive plan that looked at AES and the SCE property. That was in a letter from the Harbor Commission to the City Council. So I don't know which members of the Harbor Commission sitting here feel strongly about that. I would recommend that not be part of the scope, but there may be members of the commission who feel like that should be part of the scope. And I think you need to have that at least one conversation with the Harbor Commission to really make sure that all 7 members are on board with the scope of work. The letters they have sent you are very wide ranging in terms of the number of things they'd like to evaluate. If we're really trying to narrow this down and then trying to narrow it down further by saying, hey, the first phase ought to be the boat ramp, seaside lagoon, and sport fishing pier, let's all make sure that we all agree that that's what the first phase should be. And I don't want to suppose that that's what the Harbor Commission would like to do. I've also heard other people say, hey, first phase maybe should be Moonstone Park, and that should be our first table out of the gate.
So when it comes to the Moonstone Park conversation, that's going to, for me, that's a completely break off separate conversation, because what we do out there is not going to impact the rest of the Harmony. There might be one or two small amenities like a dinghy dock or something, or a hand launch ramp, but that's not going to impact a regular boat ramp.
Agreed.
And you could run that in
All I'm
parallel.
saying is
We would not have to hire the same consultant to run those two design efforts. We could have two separate parallel tracks there if that's the will of the.
The one thing I would say, though, is that, and part of why, again, I'll come back to this sort of theme in terms of why we won't want to look at these things in a comprehensive fashion, is we'd like to know enough about what we're talking about at Moonstone Park to make sure we aren't replicating or, duplicating different kinds of amenities. Can we do a hand launch there? I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. Could we stick the hand launch on to the sport fishing pier where you access it from the sport fishing pier and it's a platform? That was discussed as part of the sport fishing conversations. So I do think it's important to have that conversation about Moonstone Park at the same time that we're having these other conversations to make sure that we get a complementary set of uses. I don't disagree that those things can run parallel, but I'm really hesitant to tonight, absent any other information, to negotiate a timeline. Okay. I don't have a consultant. I haven't even issued an RFP. Typically what we would ask them to do is to give us a schedule, or we would say, here's our preferred schedule, and we'd outline that to them and see what they report back to us. But to sit here and tell you tonight that in 6 months from now, I can be back with a deliverable when I haven't even had the initial scope of work meeting with the Harbor Commission, I don't think that's something I can commit to.
Yeah, I'm not looking for a scope, a deliverable in, say, 6 months for Moonstone Park. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm saying run that task separately.
Agreed.
To me, that's going to end up marrying up with whatever ends up in the rest of the harbor, because I don't see an amenity out there really.
We're going to expedite this in as expeditable fashion as possible. We also want to do it right. And I think that message has been sent loud and clear. We don't want to get caught and lost in consultant land. We want the consultants to be driven by this smaller group of people that we potentially will form, not the other way around.
So I would say, because you can start looking for a consultant right now and right away. We don't have to choose one. I would say my motion would be to go back to the Harbor Commission and see if they would agree with our agreement of what we see the top priorities being, and I'll lay that in a second, and then come back to us with a consultant, not go to them with the consultant, but back to us with the consultant, and then we decide the I guess price for the consultant.
We have to do. I mean, I think as Mike Watansky laid out, I mean, we do have to go through an RFP process. This is a scope of work that is significant enough, and the dollar value is significant enough that we would want to bring the RFP to you, have you bless it, and then distribute it out on the street and get proposals back.
The scope is coming back to us, Nils. The scope is coming back to us. You send it to the Harbor Commission, get their ideas on the scope. It comes back to us, and we finalize it. So this is
all right. So I'll change it to send it to the Harbor Commission in the month of February to finalize the scope, which I will say right now, which is the top three things as a first phase, which is the boat launch ramp, sports fishing pier, Seaside Lagoon and Park as the first phase. And then the second phase, the other items, which is the dinghy dock, Basin 3 upgrades, and I think that's it really on that. And then come back to us with the RFP. And concurrently start the Moonstone Park planning and upgrading or design phase. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. I mean,
it's a separate project.
A separate project, separate design firm, separate RFP?
Not just. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say why not? Because why?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it doesn't have to be a separate. It doesn't. If it's the same consultant, great, same consultant. But I mean, I don't want to hinder one, attach both at the hip, so that one can't move forward without the other. Moonstone Park is not going to affect boat launch ramp. It's not going to fix the sports fishing pier. I mean, if there's amenities that can work together with each other, hey, fantastic.
Right.
But it shouldn't. That location should not be determining a boat launch ramp and the amenities there. It's too far apart.
We could, as part of the RFP, call out the Moonstone Park proposal as a separate component of the work effort, but ultimately solicit consultants' proposals for both concepts. And we can choose one, but we would fund the Moonstone Park effort with its own capital project money, and it would run in parallel. But the one thing is, we cannot, back to timeline, I understand everybody's eagerness to want to move forward with this, but we still have to make sure that everyone understands when we vet these proposals, it's going to take us a few weeks to advertise. It's going to take us a few weeks to receive and obtain the proposals. And then we're going to have to vet them through a team. And then we're going to have to come back to you and make a recommendation. So that's happening after you've blessed released the RFP. That's a couple months after that. They're actually going to see the contract proposal.
So no, I'm fine with that, Mike. I'm not trying to push you guys like 6 months or 3 months on them. I'm just saying have that run concurrently and separately. What about subcommittees for the Moonstone Park and or the first phase of the boat launch and sport fishing? And I mean, so they can work.
Yeah, look, this is going to the Harbor Commission apparently, and when it goes to the Harbor Commission, they will have their ideas about what the scope is going to be. They can form a subcommittee if they want, but it's coming back to us. And this whole conversation we're having could happen again. So I just think we need to give clear direction to the Harbor Commission of what they're going to do and let them decide if they want to form a subcommittee. And when it comes back to us, we'll be deciding on the scope.
Well, to finalize it. So, okay. So let me restate what my motion would be then.
Send it to them.
My motion would be go back to the Harbor Commission in February with the two-phase scoped process. The first phase is boat launch ramp, Seaside Lagoon and Park, and the sports fishing pier. And second phase being the hand launch ramp, dinghy dock, Basin 3 upgrades. And then separately and concurrently start creating the planning process for an RFP for Moonstone Park, separately funded from the Moonstone Park funds, and then the funds for the first phase of the first and second phase of the contractors that you described earlier. Does that make sense, Stephen?
Yeah. I guess I would maybe come back to the comment that Mike just made. I do think there's an opportunity to perhaps not have these be two separate contracts, two separate RFPs, and two separate
together.
Together. I think that's what he's saying, Stephen. Is that they would be we would craft the proposal that the Moonstone would be a separate but related work effort.
Yeah, and what I was going to say is what you can do is you could ask a responding team, because a Moonstone Park effort is maybe more of a landscape architect type work.
Right.
Not a marine engineering type. So what we could do is ask the responding teams to ensure that their team includes, it would be part of the scope, and you would have their team include some design expertise that would be applicable to the design of Moonstone Park. I'm trying to avoid having two RFPs, two contracts, two selection processes.
They could subcontract that out anyway.
They just bring a sub onto the team to do that.
I agree with Stephen. I agree with you, and that motion is part of that. My point is I'm breaking that out as part of a separate track. I don't want the two joined at the hip. Right? Understand, Mike and Stephen?
Well, and ultimately, we understand you wouldn't slow the master planning effort associated with the boat launch ramp, Seaside Lagoon, and sport fishing pier with the Moonstone Park effort. You wouldn't have them.
Right.
They would run in two different courses. However, if you're hiring the same consultant, it is the same team that's likely working on them. So you might have a different sub. So you're going to have to understand that the workflow and the schedule for those activities it isn't going to necessarily be synonymous. It's going to have to flow through whatever the consultant team can provide to us, right? I mean, that may be one of the things that these proposals include is what are your resources to be able to handle, different things at different times. And some firms might be better equipped to do that than others. But ultimately, that's part of what we would receive from them in their proposal concepts.
Nils, can I address one thing with your motion?
Absolutely.
I like where you're going, except I would just say that it would be a recommendation of the Harbor Commission that those are the priorities and that they decide. They can come back to us if they have different priorities. And also they could determine if they want to do this as an entire commission or have a subcommittee. They come back to us after they make that decision.
I will totally amenable to that if they want to agree to a subcommission or subcommittee on that. They can't they can form a subcommittee. Yeah, so I would agree to that.
Okay, so if that's your motion, then I'll second it. I'll second it.
The Harbor Commission can do whatever they want to do. I mean, that's, we shouldn't be telling them what to do. We're going to them for their opinion.
Yeah.
It comes back to us, so.
Yep.
Okay.
I seconded it, so we have a motion and a second.
The motion clear, Stephen?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, maybe we should.
I mean, I think it will get modified. I mean, I think the notion that you want to prioritize some components of the public amenities plan, you'd like them to consider that as part of their preparation of the scope of work, and that you'd like to have the Moonstone Park component. It could be part of the same contract, but the design and the public outreach effort running parallel with the kind of the big three, I'll call them, the boat ramp, the sport fishing pier, and Seaside Lagoon. I think that's all clear. The subcommittee component, I think that would be, if they want to, that would probably be part of the process in terms of how they move forward. I think Councilmember Lowenstein.
You have the process, right? If they've got a small group of people, drill down and do more work other than waiting the monthly meeting.
Yeah, and that they've done that in the past. They've formed subcommittees to craft the letters to you for the strategic plan. For example, they've had 3 members on a subcommittee do that work and then bring it back to the Harbor Commission. So that's not a foreign concept to them either.
And if you have a subcommittee, you don't have to adhere to the Brown Act, right? If it's below with a certain majority.
3.
Right, if it's 3 or less, then you wouldn't have to adhere to the Brown Act and agenda.
You could have somebody from Harbor Patrol.
Yeah, it would depend on who's involved in it and who sets it up. Like if you were made a motion to create a subcommittee that's created by formal action of you, and it would be run that committee. That was a discussion earlier. Motion, I think Stephen understands the intent. I don't think the clerk, I don't envy them in trying to record what the motion is that you'll be voting on. And so it might be.
Or maybe we need to clarify it then.
Or just specify what it is you'll be voting on without explaining the reasons why and
who's on it.
So you want to restate your motion, Nils?
Or you can just let me talk.
Well, we have a motion in a second. Let's be clear what that is, and then we'll have you talk. Because if we're not clear what the motion in the second is, there's no point in moving forward unless you want to withdraw the motion.
No, my motion is to start off with go to the Harbor Commission and break off into 2 phases. First phase, the boat launch ramp, sports fishing pier, and Seaside Lagoon and Park into a first phase with the consultant. And then when that's configured, the next phase, the second phase being the hand launch ramp, dinghy dock, Basin 3 upgrades, sea level rise, all those things that need to happen in Basin 3. And as a concurrent RFP which is as part of this work, for the Moonstone Park upgrades, which are funded through the Moonstone Park upgrades or fund that's currently in place. And Councilmember Lowenstein, and your amendment was to add the subcommittee if they wanted to add a subcommittee to the Harbor Commission.
Well, they should do that. We don't need to tell them.
We don't tell them.
Anyway, we don't tell them. That's right.
So the thing is, you're going to vote on the actual RFP.
Yeah.
You're sending it to Harbor Commission, so I'm not certain what the expression like, and when you say break off, are you telling them what you want them to study? You could say, you know, referring to you, and we'd like you to look at these.
A separate phase, a separate work.
Okay, you can say that.
Yeah.
And then it becomes very clear without getting into all the other stuff and limiting them on what they can advise you on. So, but shorter is simpler and shorter is better if the council's going to pass this, because keep in mind, as the mayor said, you're ultimately going to control it, because after the Harbor Commission gives their input, staff will propose an RFP and you have to approve what's in the RFP before it gets released. So I'm just suggesting that may not be needed. That specificity may not be needed and may limit the Harbor Commission's ability.
I'm being specific regarding taking Moonstone Park out because I don't want to conflate the two conversations and the two projects. I don't want them attached to the hip where one can't move forward with the other. And that's why I'm running it separately.
They came back and did that, Nils. You do not have to accept that.
Well, I want us as a council to vote on this and say to them, this is what we're looking for. You guys come back, work out the details, and come back, we're going to approve it.
Okay, so that's your motion. Is that clear, Stephen?
Well, the one verb that's missing, and I think Mike touched on it, is are you seeking their input on this suggestion, or are we just telling them that that's what we're doing? Because I didn't hear that part of the question. You're seeking their input on this suggestion, correct?
Yeah, we're seeking their input because we need to hear from them. You know, they're going to look at the boat launch ramp and whatever else along the way and talk to you with great detail all day long. I mean, I know that for a fact. So,
right. So we're seeking their input on the idea to basically have a two-phased RFP process with a parallel but singular contractual consultant providing a design effort on Moonstone Park. We're asking the commission, how do they feel about that? Based on their input, we'll cobble that together. We'll come back to you with a draft RFP, and we'll make a recommendation to you. And ultimately, the council will consider whether or not to release that RFP to the engineering community.
Okay, great. Yeah. Does that sound right, Nils?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there? And Todd, you second it. Great. So
Yes.
Councilmember MD.
Okay. The whole fast tracking concept, which I think we finally got to stop doing that, concerns me greatly. Because on one side, we're saying that we shouldn't do this in a back room, and then at the same time, we're talking about subcommittees that are not Brown acted. Therefore, it's going to be in a back room, and then you're going to put out a straw man and see if it works. And if it doesn't work, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Why are we wasting that much time? Like everybody has said, there are so many comments already from the EIR. We don't need extensive public workshops because we've already have all that information that's fairly recent. And I think that actually having subcommittees is a drawn out process. But you know what? I'm not a micromanager. So all we have to do, second thing, doing this in phases, I asked for a long time ago, let's get a boat ramp plan. And I was told by Stephen Proud, no, it would be better to have a master plan. And he said it again tonight. It'd be better to have a master plan so that we can see what items could be combined, so that resources can be shared, so that we can actually try to do this smartly, so that we can do this. And as the mayor said, so that we can put what our public amenities are first. And so then that way we can plan any kind of development around that. If you start doing things in phases, if you start mandating that, you're actually going to slow things down and make things less efficient. So I'm not going to micromanage Harbor Commission. I think they're going to do a great job in making sure that we have a great harbor with great amenities. For example, one of the things that I've heard knocked around, why do we need that sport fishing pier? Some people say they don't need it. Then you can have more room for sailing in the small harbor in that basin. So then you don't have the restrictions of where to put the boat ramp. You might be better where the fishing pier is. The point is those are all long, extensive conversations that would be better served at the Harbor Commission and have them come and tell us what their scope is, because they can then decide all that. And it should be done in a master plan. So here's my substitute motion. I'm going to recommend that City Council request input from the Harbor Commission on the scope of the plan as part of their February 8, 2021 meeting agenda. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Well, I think things people need to keep in mind is it's great the Harbor Commission does all that, but ultimately the City Council will have the final say how to move forward. So
I agree.
I
agree. There's no reason for us to worry about that.
We're not a rubber stamp.
No.
You're not foregoing input by doing that. So
I agree.
That's
I
what
agree 100%.
Therefore, let them operate as efficiently as they possibly can and let them decide the best way to operate efficiently. And I don't think you're going to hear anything about the AES side after what we've been through with them. So anyway, now there's a substitute motion and a second. Councilmember Grant?
Yes, I'm going to second the fact that what we just went through is just micromanaging the Harbor Commission. The folks on the Harbor Commission are going to do this as fast as possible. They want to see this done as fast as anyone else. Mr. Carlson said that there's basically a great rounded group here of different skills. And I'm sure that they can figure out what subcommittees or how they want to do this, put it in their hands and just do that. That's why I second that motion. And we just kind of, you micromanage it, you slow it down. These folks know what they're doing. They're going to be able to get back with us. And they want to see a master plan as much as we all do. So thank you very much, Ms. MD. And let's get on with this.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Deals, it's so that they don't have to agendize it and they can make a recommendation to the Harbor Commission as a whole to then bring it to us. It's not to do a backroom deal, because whatever they do, they're going to end up bringing to the Harbor Commission anyway, which make our way there. That it had nothing to do with a backroom deal. This is going to be public input. So I'm not totally
without us.
What's that?
They can figure that out for themselves without us telling them.
That's fine. I mean, if that's the route you guys want to take, I mean, it's not ideal, but that's fine. If they can do it quickly, then I'm for it. I'm not ideal. It's not ideal for me, but if that's, that's the will of the majority of the council, that's going to be it. So.
Okay.
That's fine.
People left their hands up, but I think everybody's done.
No, I actually had to put it up again.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Narenham.
So listen, we're here to provide leadership and direction. Just simply take a bunch of paper and throw it up in the wind and see where it comes down after somebody else picks it up. That's not the leadership direction we need to go down. We need to let them know that, hey, these are the top 3 priorities that we have. Sports fishing pier, boat launch ramp, because we can't do anything in the harbor sports boat launch ramp. Sports fishing pier, because California Coast Commission probably was not going to let us delete a pier out of the harbor and not replace it. We need it. We need that use. And the Seaside Lagoon and park area. And those are the 3 main hooks that need to work together, as Mike Wazansky has said. And after that, everything else can work in a phase around that. If we don't provide that stake in the ground, that place for them to work off of, I'm afraid I totally trust the Harbor Commission, but they need some directions to where they want to go with this for the RFP. And so if they come back to us with some crazy thoughts, and we might sit there and go, this is insane. We don't want to go down this path. That's why I want to provide them with a framework before we move forward. And then when it comes to the Seaside Lagoon, the Moonstone Park, Councilmember MD, it's, hey, let's work on this, but let's hit something separately so you guys know and understand that we want to move something forward outside of the Moldy and Mulsey Joe's Crab Shack. So I want to provide them with some direction and some leadership that we can agree on, and rather than just saying, hey, here's a bunch of plans and ideas, tell us what you want in one meeting. Do you understand what I'm saying, Laura?
And maybe they'll take 2 meetings. The point is they're the ones who fully understand the harbor. They're the ones who have the most in stake and are on this Harbor Commission because they love the harbor. So let them do that. Let them do what all they're going to do is provide the scope, and then it's coming back to us. And when you say you're going to provide leadership, I think you're trying to take away their opportunity to do stuff. So just let them do their job to tell us what the scope is. So then it's going to, like it says here, we're after the input. Then we're going to do an RFP, and then we can have a discussion on what to agree, but we won't be able to do that until Harbor Commission comes out there. And it's not that I don't agree with what your priorities are. I do. It's just that I am hearing, and I think it makes a lot of sense that we should be looking at this as a full master plan so that in the event we can have some kind of synergy going on and actually be able to save stuff. And, I think there's some merit to not having that fishing pier, but if people want the fish. If the Harbor Commission says we really need that fishing pier and here's why, I'm on board with that. Because if I remember right on the history of that fishing pier, it was built as an FU to the other pier leaseholder because they had some kind of dispute, and so this other guy built this pier. So I don't think it was anything that was necessary. So I know it's loved, I know it's beloved, but there's a lot of changes that have happened, and I'm not sure that the reasons why it was beloved are there anymore. Let Harbor Commission look at it as a blank slate and figure out where the public amenities should go.
Let me,
I'm not saying anything different with you on the public amenities. What I'm saying the Harbor Commission is come up with a master plan. Do it in 2 phases, because you do a general master plan all over the place. This is not, I'm trying to scope this so that we can be as efficiently as possible, but with the input that we need. And, Sports Fishing Pier it's like the Seaside Lagoon. It was created by accident. Everyone loves it now.
Look, you guys, this is a scoping meeting. We keep getting too deep.
So I want Roger Carlson's on the line. Roger, Mr. Carlson, are you there? Do you want to?
He already spoke.
He spoke.
No, I'm asking him.
Time out. I'm running the meeting. There's a motion on the floor. There's now a substitute motion with a second. This is a scoping meeting. Decisions can be changed. When you get the consultant involved, decisions can be changed about whether the sport, depending on the layout,
Agreed.
the information that we get. We're going way too far down the road. There's a secondary motion on the floor with the second. I'm calling a vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so it passes. It's going to the Harbor Commission. They've got all this input. They're going to come back to us with recommendations for the scope, and they're going to do it one meeting, and then it'll be back to us. And then we will not be a rubber stamp, obviously. We'll be having this discussion again. They want to form a subcommittee, they can form a subcommittee. But for now, that's the direction we're going. Anything else? I guess not. That's it. Fine. We'll move on.
Thank you, Bill.
Item 01, discussion and possible action regarding the city's local emergency pertaining to COVID-19. Joe.
Yes, Mayor, council members, we have one item before you tonight. It's a resolution confirming the action discussed at your last 2 meetings related to the reduction of the fines charged for street sweeping parking violations. As you'll recall, we've taken action to reduce that from $45 to $25 for each violation. That will be in effect through February 7th of this year. Basically, a 1-month reduction in those charges in order to give some relief to residents. In order for that to be in effect, we need council confirmation of that action. That's what the resolution does. The resolution also has a listing of all the prior actions, kind of the whole history of what we've done related to COVID-19 restrictions. So that's the item before you tonight, but certainly we can talk about any of our COVID restrictions as part of this item. So those are the comments.
Thank you, Joe. I want to go to public comment. Is there any public comment?
No, sir, there's none. There are none.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'd just like to make a motion to adopt by title only resolution CC-2101-01.
Second.
Who seconded that? I'm sorry. Councilmember Horvath. Great. Motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I actually have a couple questions. Joe, this came to us via email regarding the library. I really, Ms. Anderson, I thought it was a great email response back, but you know, I'd like this city to lead forward with our libraries, especially during, again, what I want to say is, you know, us supporting Safer at Home. I walked into Best Buy the other day, and you know, they're out selling electronics, which you can buy online. They're open. I mean, essential services, essential retail that is like that is open, and our libraries aren't. I'd really like to get our libraries open for at least a few hours a day, so people can come in, browse, grab a book, and check that book out, or check a book back in. Doing something like that to help facilitate Safer at Home, our residents getting books, less strain on the employees to have to find all these books and check them out, and you know, the residents go to the online checkout system. Joe?
Yeah, so I would call on Susan to, you know, she can give an overview of what we're doing and how that relates back to what other library systems are doing. So anyway, Susan, you want to cover that?
Well, so far there's only one, system in the region that is allowing for some browsing for limited hours a day, which is Alhambra. A couple of systems have actually suspended even the library takeout because of the COVID numbers right now, but most of them are still doing the library takeout. Some of the issue is, you know, the state guidelines don't really have anything specific to say about libraries in particular a lot of the times. So we're in a little bit of a vacuum there. If we open for browsing, there would definitely be some cleaning requirements, for instance, that would need to be put in place. I do get on these Zoom meetings once or twice a month with all the directors in California. And even within the whole state, there's only a very few systems that are open for browsing. I mean, I could probably count them on one hand. So, you know, we've all been kind of looking at the larger systems on this to see when they're going to open for some limited access. But, you know, we haven't had a lot of guidance in general, I would say. Okay. I know the state library has been working on it and trying to work with the state to get more guidance about for libraries.
Isn't Torrance open?
So the libraries are open for either curbside pickup or library takeout, however they're describing it, and that's what Torrance is doing, curbside, but they haven't opened for browsing yet. And I think Palos Verdes was looking at possibly opening for browsing in January, but because the numbers have gone way up, that they've delayed that as well.
Okay, so we can at least look into this, allowing residents to come in and grab a book and do a checkout for a few hours a day. That's sounding what it looks like. I mean, it doesn't. Best Buy can be open selling electronics. That does not sound, you know, like it's that essential. And browsing for a book, getting a book and checking it out seems a lot less like you're not going to get COVID from doing that. But sitting at you know, waiting for food or something like that, that's way more dangerous.
We have our collection listed online. You know, there are alternative services, different ways of learning what books we have. You don't actually have to walk down the aisles and see the books. It's something that nobody else is doing. It's not something I would recommend to you out of safety for the public, and I believe it's completely the opposite of the stay-at-home order.
I mean, we do have the library takeout where they can find anything they need online and pick it up. And we do offer a lot of digital services, also. Actually, we have a pretty good number of digital services that people can just utilize from home.
Libraries don't have lobbyists, retailers do.
That's what it comes down to, I guess. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, I'm good.
Okay, any more comments, Councilmember Horvath?
Yeah, I'm just going to make a quick comment to that last comment. We're thoroughly enjoying both the online access to our library and the county libraries right now. It is really simple for curbside pickup. The kids can do it on their own in terms of going online and ordering, and then I just go and pick up the stuff. It's really simple, and all the digital assets and virtual stuff we have available is pretty broad. So I would actually be surprised if there weren't more people taking advantage of our library right now with the simplicity that that this unfortunate situation has created. So I would not be in support of at this time opening up our libraries.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any other comments? Any public comments?
There are none, sir.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2101-001, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, confirming the action of the city manager, acting as the Director of Emergency Services, and issuing an updated summary of emergency orders under the City of Redondo Beach's emergency authority. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other any more city manager items, Joe?
Nothing else tonight. Thank you.
Great. Mayor and council items. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, Joe, what was the status of the community garden discussion that was recommended by Parks and Rec for the council?
Lori Koike, are you?
I am here. Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm just waiting to make the final schedule with, I believe, Brianna to make the presentation.
Okay.
That is on our list.
It is. Okay. All right.
Yes,
Perfect.
definitely.
Thank you. One thing that came up in my community meeting, Joe, was the pallet shelter is going well. We have 2 people moved out and 1 or 2 people moving in. I don't believe there's been any calls for service at the police or fire level. But I think it would be wise if we could get, I'd like to make a motion to have the Public Safety Commission, when they meet next, to review the pallet shelter based upon parameters of public safety calls and public works calls, as well as how many people are currently living there, how many people have moved in and out, as a report for them, and they can look at the progress of the pallet shelter. I think, yeah.
So, Keith, is that something that we could bring to the Public Safety Commission?
Yes, absolutely. We can give them an overview and then have them provide direction on that or do some research on it.
Okay. Anything else, Nils?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Wait, is that a referral to staff?
A referral to staff, yeah.
Don't we usually take votes on that?
Yeah, if everybody thinks it's necessary, what would be the motion? To refer to public safety?
Refer to Public Safety Commission for their next meeting to have a public safety report, as well as public works report on the on the pallet shelter program for review at their bi-monthly meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Member Lowenstein?
Aye.
Member Horvath?
I'm going to say no. The Public Safety Commission can ask for that if they want it.
Councilmember Grand?
I'll say aye.
Councilmember MD.
Well, I don't mind the being there. I just like us to maintain our protocols. That
Yeah,
if
no, fair enough.
that we get better.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's all.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, there you go. Thanks, Keith. Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Grand.
No, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think that's it. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. I guess with that, adjourning in honor of anyone, I will just thank everybody for putting in a long night. Respect it, and entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Councilmember Emery, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good work.
You don't realize we've been at this since 4:30.
What